Okay, welcome back, everyone. Uh, it's oh, it's a little interesting, a little odd, a little quiet for the start of a session, but I'm not complaining about that. Oh
We
shit!
got
Hey,
rid of the
Austin,
loud ones.
thank you for the resub, my dude. Just saw that right now. Just loaded that up.
Can't
Appreciate it.
believe it's been 14 months.
Yeah, man. Honestly, game like this,
That's a lot. I'm
and
not.
I will say
I'm
too.
not a.
Go for it. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say I don't have that kind of money.
You
That's
are
fair.
you are glitching out, my dude.
Oh well.
The audio.
All I said was I don't have that kind of money. Oh shit.
Is there any way you could swap back to like a computer audio or something with some better? Because you're just stuttering.
I can. Well, my network from a computer is not gonna go well.
Okay.
Uh, it's gonna be worse because for some reason, every time I'm at home, my computer network is just not wanting to work.
All right. We'll make
I have
do.
one thing.
All right. Well, while you figure it out, I'm going to get this session started because we're on a
Go
ticking
for
clock
it.
and we'll try to end early. Couple things to address straight off the bat. Um, this is Monday, not a Wednesday. We're doing something a little different. We were hoping to get everyone together for this session. However, Zombie is currently feeling under the weather, so uh, get well soon. Uh, we'll get a full session with everyone in it one day. Uh, Fingers crossed. Um, Also, RJ's going to be a few minutes late. We're actually creeping up on when he's going to be showing up pretty soon. So by the time we catch everyone up to speed, we'll be ready to go. Okay, any announcements? Anything anyone wants to go over, or should we just kick this off?
I'm good to go.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. So, we're in the middle of a dungeon crawl. This has been going on for about 3 sessions now. It started at the end of one session, uh, and in our last session, you guys essentially went through this space, um, triggering some traps, learning some things about Chagarthan culture, and uh, and now we're on our third session. So that's pretty cool. If you want to go and check out those previous videos, I recommend it. Um, yeah, should do that. Um, where we are now, uh, Luca, did you ever decide whether you took Aerith with you or not?
I'm. I think I did actually, which doesn't bode well.
Huh?
Okay.
Are you gonna poison this pet?
roll
No.
con saves.
Um, so we will pick up with Chiron. Over here. We're gonna pick up with Chiron and, in a sense, give a brief recap of what's been happening. Where we left off, the party decided to travel to the island of Thon under the promise of a great treasure that would be beneficial to them because, money. And as such, the party decided to take a Chagarthan sailing ship uh, down, rented through the harbors, um, down to the lowest or westmost island of the chain, known as Thon. You guys traveled along these elven isles, and whether I did a great job of describing it or not, you pass through these majestic islands, bobbing and weaving to try to get there at a quick pace in this ship. However, as you finally reach the island of Thon, you looped around to the westmost side of it, which is where you saw um, climbing gear and essentially just this whole way up the mountain, and about 3/4 up the mountain, a cave. Chiron. Uh, it was about at this point that the party decided to go up, and you volunteered to stay behind and watch the ship because no one else would do it. Um, uh, the cliffs here are rocky, and there's no way to actually get the ship up to the coastline. So, with everyone having water breathing cast on them, which lasts for 24 hours from its casting, which was a while ago, but you're still fine. Um, Everyone jumped down into the water and scaled their way up these cliffs. Chiron, you watch them go, familiars and all, just keeping Blaze with you and looking out over as they began their trek up the mountain. Luca, being very proficient in both forest and mountain terrain, made his way through this jungle, guiding the party to the base of the mountain. However, whenever they reached there, uh, Chiron, you watched Timeros just fly straight up the mountain, and everybody else elected to take a mountain pass. And so, with the guide of Commodore, you sat there and watched the party go ahead and travel through the jungle to some obscure points in the sort of central part of the island. Uh, it took a little while, maybe about half an hour, but with Luca being proficient again in his favored terrain, you guys actually um, you saw these party members climb up this mountain pass, hacking away at the shrubbery that has been growing over it. You do actually catch them scaling the top of the mountain. Uh, and as you see them sitting at the mouth of this cave, uh, they don't seem to go in for a while. You eventually get a message from Commodore, a note tied up. Um, and go ahead and make a perception check for me in the meantime.
Okay. Yeah, to see if I recognize what this cave might house.
Um, that would be that would be a nature check. But
It, something
Should I
else.
perception was
Should I do one of both or just one or the other?
just perception for now. And
Okay, yeah,
then
perception's
nature.
not very good. So perception's an
Okay.
8.
All right, yeah. So you just kind of focused on tracking them and less so about all this weird plant life and stuff and these rocky cliffs. It's, heavy waves, whatnot. But your eye is on the party. Um, you can go ahead and make a nature check to see if you know what lives in this cave.
Yeah. That's gonna be a 2. Wait, hang on. Do I have any modifiers? No, that's a 2. I
Ah,
have no idea.
High rolling today.
That was great signs for things to come.
get it out now, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah, you have no idea what to expect here. It kind of reminds you of the Frost Beast layer a little bit, but there is no like water coming out of it or anything like that. It's just a high cave on a mountain. But you, making some distance calculations, it's pretty wide. Like there's a large entrance here, so really anything could be in it. Um, Anyways, as you're sitting here, you eventually kind of look around and lose sight of the party, and you're not quite sure where they are. But you do get a message from Commodore. Um, Opening it up, it is a hastily written letter to you, um, essentially saying that there are pirates, they're nearby, and you need to move the ship before they spot it.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a
luckily for you,
I'm gonna
oh,
take an in-depth look around to see if I see any signs of sails or anything.
um, I'll say make a perception check just to throw it in there.
Okay, that comes out to a 16.
Okay. After a more careful look, actually, yes, there is a spot further along the island where you see there's like a bit of a cove, um, and it's not actually this whole island again is very rocky cliff faces. You're basically it's open ocean and then this place, and it's just a death trap for ships. So you're the anchor is dropped, but you're still like having to actively fight against the water a little bit.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I would like to raise the anchor and try to move the ship in the opposite direction of the ship that I've spotted.
you do so, and as you progress along, you essentially travel back on the course that you came before, looping around to the opposite side of the mountain that you saw the party. Um, essentially, the opposite side that the party went up. So it's you're looping because that was in the middle of the island. Uh, you actually also see, as you're kind of looking around and trying to get away from this, the presence of a handful of Chagarthan Nautica ships that are currently sailing around.
Oh,
Um, in an effort to avoid those, stay relatively close to the coast, but not too close to damage the ship.
yeah.
But looking like you belong. Um,
I'm also still in the costume that I was in before, right? Like,
correct. You haven't taken it off, but at this point, like these
it's
costumes
starting to fade a
probably
little
aren't.
bit, yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to hold up to close inspection. You have had a long rest, so if you wanted to mark that down, you get all those features back, everything you need from that. Um,
I think all of my unless you changed it from last time, I think all the stuff was long rested before last session I was here, so I think everything back is back the way it was. Do I still have the hat of disguise?
um, Chimera says
Does
that of
RJ have
disguise, but
that?
you have yeah, but you have a very compelling disguise on you. That said, also, if you wanted to attune to any items during this time, go for it. You've had plenty of time to do that as in character, so um, yeah, whatever you want to attune to, unattune from, anything like that. Theo has the bag of holding, but I'm sure at some point, if you wanted to exchange items, you could have done that
Yeah,
in the past.
I
there would
think
have
I
been
have
time.
everything. I think I have everything on me that I needed. Um, I have to be holding, like actively holding the item to attune to it, right?
Um,
Like I
typically,
can't
yes.
have,
Focusing on it says.
yeah. So like I can't have the halberd of heroism on my back and attune to it at the same time.
Um,
Well,
I'm.
you're tuned to
You
armor.
do have to like focus on it. Generally, I would say you should probably be holding the item, but like you
Okay.
doesn't have to do it the whole time. But again, you could have done that in literally the 21 hours it took to sail here. So
Then
yeah,
yes, I'm gonna say that I've done that and that I have it very close by. Like it's it's on it's on one shoulder and like the aerial longsword is on the other. So
nice. Okay. Um, coasting along, you actually go ahead and move the ship to pretty much the opposite side of the island that you were on before, taking this time to sail and have a clear distance um, while keeping the mountain in sight at all times. Um, and you eventually reach the point where you can actually see the mountain pass from the other side of the island. So you're now on the eastern side, um, and you can actually see where that midpoint is. Um,
Still no sign of
However,
them though.
no sign of them whatsoever, absolutely nothing, and it's starting to like eat at you, and you just get this terrible feeling in your stomach because it sounded like there were a lot of pirates, and there's not a lot of them. And at this
Does
point,
there does there appear to be anywhere that I could, like any even sliver of beach that I could land the boat on?
um, there you're better on this side than you are on the open ocean side, um, but you get the sense that anywhere that would have a place to land is probably guarded because you do see all these islands, even Thon, have these large guard towers where guards will stand and watch, um, and just keep an eye on things that are going on. Um, on the far side, you actually managed to find a pocket where there wasn't any of that, and it just seemed like a big natural jungle. Um, Here, if you did want to try to find a place with lesser like sand and stuff like that, you'd probably have to deal with running into people. However, again, you and Blaze both have water breathing cast on you, so you can breathe water. I believe you have climbing gear, everything you need for that.
Okay.
You've seen the party scale these cliffs before.
Yeah. Um, didn't we have a lock in the bag of holding at one point?
Like just
Like an
brand new
actual,
lock.
just a regular padlock?
Yeah, I imagine. I have like 5, so
I think we did. What I might,
I have kept every set of lock and handcuffs handcuffs we've got. So.
oh, I probably have a set of bracers too. That's true. Um, I would like to find a spot that's very wooded, like a very wooded jungle area on the like non-ocean, like non-open ocean side.
Mhm.
Um, that might be a little bit kind of close to a guard tower, but like not so close that they're going to immediately spot the ship. Um, even if the jungle is too thick, I'd like to get the ship close enough to where I can tie it off to like one of the trees of the jungle or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. There's probably definitely some large like overhanging trees and stuff like that too, and like roots that jut out of the rocks. Um, Between the anchor, some rope tied down, like you can get this ship tied down. It is a decent sized ship, so it's hard to like conceal. Um, but the foliage is kind of helping. Uh,
Are all of the sails raised and tied to the mast, or is this a sail ship, or is this?
Um, so we had initially discussed this and kind of we're back and forth on whether it was a keel boat or not. But for it to actually get you where you're to get you here in time, it can't be a keel boat. So um you were rowing with oars and stuff like that, but the wind was also being a major force in getting you here. So whether you want the sails to be raised now or not, it's fine. It's whatever you want to do.
Yes, I would like to go ahead and make sure the sails are raised and make sure they're turned and tied to the mast before I get off the ship and try to swim over to the rock face where they climb.
Okay. Um yeah, so it's set. Um, I'll just say for the ease of this, um, you are confident that the ship will not move on its own. It seems secured between the trees, the being tied down, the anchor, uh, all of that. Um, it seems like uh, it'll be fine for now.
Is there any way I could possibly walk along the bottom along some of the rocks at the bottom of the cliff face, or is it just too
Um,
steep to even do that?
it really like I'll say that you can find a spot where you can actually get there and start to climb.
Okay, okay. Well, I'm gonna start my trek over to where the climbing gear was, and have Blaze tucked under my arm or behind me.
Interesting note, you are on the complete opposite side of the island now from where the climbing gear was, and you don't see any visible like cave or anything on this side of the mountain. Um, However,
Commodore is
you
with
can
him,
still
right?
spot that mountain pass. Unless you called Commodore back, yeah, he should still be
I
there.
haven't yet. If Commodore is
Okay,
there, he's able to lead him.
that's true.
That would work.
Yeah. Because
All
he
right,
gave you the note, so I imagine he stayed.
Chiron, beginning to go at a fast pace through the jungle, concern grasping you and wondering if the party's all right, and if you're too late, if there's anything you can do. This just concern washing you. Um, Commodore's flying overhead, guiding you. Go ahead and make a survival check with advantage.
I'm glad I have advantage.
You can thank
Being
Commodore for that.
assisted.
An
Assisted.
18 plus 18 plus
Hello.
0, so 18.
18. Okay.
Slow.
The
Oh,
first
zero.
one was a nat 1.
I thought you were proficient in survival.
No, I'm
Ooh,
proficient in. I've got a. I think I've got a proficiency in stealth. I think actually,
a handful of
or
proficiencies.
I do. I don't remember what it was exactly, but it's definitely not survival.
All right. Well, I digress. As you push on, there are some interesting sights here. You see a giant constrictor snake actually chomping down in the process of swallowing a what looks to be, you would know it as a guinea pig, basically. Um, However, it in the world it's a little different. You actually pass this, and it kind of looks up at you, and as it opens its mouth, you see it's actually not there. Um, and it just looks angry. Um, as you as you push along to, uh, you hear the sounds of people around you for a second.
Am I still
You.
wearing the cloak that I was wearing before?
Oh. Uh, the cloak of elven kind.
Yeah, or did I give that back? I don't remember.
No, you should have that because I don't have that anymore.
I think Hal has it. If you want to check the
No,
stat sheet.
I have house inventory.
Check
Where is
your
Zombie?
Oh, zombie's
He's
sick.
yeah, he's feeling sick today, so he won't be
Oh,
joining you.
zombie does have the cloak of Elvenkind.
Okay, I
Oh,
thought
okay.
I'd given it back, but I wasn't positive.
Well, I mean it was mine to begin with.
It's just passed around.
It's been passed around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um. All right. But yeah, you hear, what languages do you know?
I know. Go back to it. Common, Draconic, and Infernal.
You hear voices you don't recognize. Speaking a language you don't recognize, and they sound hostile.
Hmm. How many voices?
Just one, and another one, and another one that sounds like oddly cheery. Um, like a loud like cry of desperation, and they just seem to be surrounding you.
Hmm. Does there appear to be any direction where there's light, more light than in other directions?
Make a perception check.
That is a 15.
15. Um, you look around and yes, actually, you look up through the trees and the canopy seems to have parted, and you're in this sort of uh, dry leaf-filled clearing. Um, and you actually see, looking up in the canopy, there's a handful of these obscure, strangely colored birds. One of them chirps, but instead of any sound coming from its mouth, you hear a voice behind you. You turn and there's no one there. It sounds completely human, though, or at least completely elvish. Elven.
So it is speaking a different language, though,
It
like for
is
sure.
speaking a different language. You can't understand it. Um, don't see anyone.
Kairon's gonna look up the bird and ask it, "Do you understand any language other than Elven?" Just
The
to see
bird
if he gets a
speaks any
response.
language. I don't know if Commodore speak of languages.
Well, understand and speak is a different thing.
That's fair. I mean, he understands English or common, at least when I'm talking to him.
I'm gonna take
Chiron.
that as a no.
I don't know.
The bird tilts its head down to you. Do you understand any language other than Elvish?
Exactly what I should have expected.
I didn't know he could do that.
It's a perfect mimicry of your voice.
Hmm. Well, Chiron's gonna keep moving. Let's see. Orb of direction.
It's true, you
Where
do.
are you? I still have you right. Orb of direction. Yes, I do, and I'm still attuned to it. Or there's not an attunement for it. I am going to. What direction were they originally on the island? Were they on what side of the island was the cave?
That was on the westmost side of the westmost. This is for me. I don't know. It probably looks different for you. But they were on the westmost side of the
I
island.
probably
So
landed
north
on
side.
the eastmost side.
Yeah, you're on the eastmost side, and actually at this point you've gone through, and it takes a second as you're reorienting yourself, looking at the orb. You catch out of the corner of your eye the base of the mountain pass, where it's been cut through as this group of bushes has been cleared out of the way. And you recognize the foot tracks of the party that lead up the mountain as you're about halfway through the middle of this island.
Well, I'm going to try to follow those tracks, but as best as I can, I have to stay in the wood line if I can. Or if there's not a wood line, just stay as much high ground as I can.
Okay. Yeah, the mountain pass is sort of this large, sort of winding pass up the mountain, and there is like greenery that grows up it, despite what's been
But it's
chopped
just
out.
an open pass though, isn't it?
It relatively at this point, it's not too visible because of the tall trees here. However, there is a higher point where the party eventually got to, where it clears out, and that's where you can mostly like identify it. They're right there. Um, However, the majority of this is concealed from like outside view, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
Well, I guess I'm going to try to start moving. Let's see. So if I don't go through the mountain pass, is there any way to go around the base of the mountain and follow the edge of the forest?
You could. You actually see the tracks that Luca and the party made over here whenever they moved away from the sort of rickety climbing gear. Um,
Oh, so that's going back towards the climbing gear, looks like.
yeah.
Okay.
They had gone up to the climbing gear, decided not to take it and go to this mountain pass. So you've actually found their trail. Um, but
Okay. Well, I
yeah.
guess following the mountain pass is probably going to be the best idea.
All right. I'm gonna ask for one more perception check as you're walking out.
Is it still assisted?
No, this is just him.
Okay.
Okay, that doesn't come out as good. That's like a 3. So
Okay, yeah. You just kind of focus down on these tracks, and eventually, making your way up the mountain, you reach the base, or you climb up the base. You reach the cave, the mouth of the cave, and there's about like 15, 20 feet of actual like standing space before the mouth of this cave. And you don't hear any sounds inside at all. Peeking your head around, there's no one inside. You do see, well, you don't see much, except at this point, the sun has risen. Um, it was pretty much before dawn whenever you guys were arriving. Um, but at this point, you actually see some light has begun to get into the cave a little bit. It is a large place, though, and so you're probably going to need a light to see well. But you do have dark vision, so that will help you, but doesn't compare to full color of light.
Or by dark vision.
I think I still have a lantern. Yes, I do still have a hooded lantern. I'm going to light my hooded lantern.
Right. Because we've been going on so long for the purposes of expediency, I'm going to rush through this and say, because now we're actually at the dungeon, you do find at the back of the cave, passing some long, old dragon bones that have just actually decayed over however insanely long they've been here. Um, on the back, there's this beautiful mural, and you see a a strange part of it. There's like it's like a diamond, but it's slightly popped out of the wall in a way that it looks like it shouldn't be like that. Like like it's come out of the wall slightly. Um, it just looks a little loose. Um, move this along. You actually push that in, and the mural here shifts back and raises up, and you see on the other side of this is a room. Looking through this room, you actually catch the uh, the closing of a door on the other side, and this sort of middle uh, yellow stone table begins to raise and open. Um, as the door closes, you go to Misty Step, and it's can't quite do that. Um, the door seals on the other side, and that kind of hits you, pushing into the room. What was that?
I don't have Misty Step.
Sorry.
It's okay.
You lost your Misty Step.
Subclass change. Subclass.
Uh,
But you did actually catch in the middle of the room, before it started spinning, this strange contraption had a resting state. Um, and you clock this and actually set it back down, um, how it was before, and actually putting it into its space. The door on the other side raises. Um, you recognize a hallway here on the other side. This hallway has these sort of seasonal tiles, which you're able to, click in your mind. Oh, this is clearly a seasons puzzle. There's claw marks scratch marks where you can see someone has climbed across the wall. Um, but there's also like the rest of this place is pretty dusty. And there's actual footprint marks where you've seen like a couple people have walked across some of these tiles. So you're able to just follow those. Um, reaching the other side of this hall, there is a stone door. There's a a sort of circular cut in the stone with a bloody handprint on it.
Hmm.
It looks like the handprint isn't actually like um a part of this circle, but it's been added on top of it. It's fresh.
Hmm.
Commodore's just gonna land on his shoulder.
Guess I have tried this. Be interesting. I guess I will push on the hand and try to rotate it, I guess.
You push on the hand, the actual circle sinks into the wall, and before you can even rotate it, the actual thing pushes back and raises up. The lot of you, having just finished a short rest, uh, freak out to the
Short rest.
wall
How
that
about that?
We had
you
a short
declared you wanted a
rest?
short rest. Yes, you all
Yeah,
had a
so I
short
need to roll
rest.
some
Go ahead.
hit die.
You guys have been
Okay.
sitting here for half an hour. You deserve it. Um,
I'm gonna roll. I took a
as it
lot. I took a lot of damage.
as it raises up, you see camped right on the other side of this door, the party, just a little under the weather, but like they look like they've just finished patching themselves up. Worse for wear. You do
Hey,
recognize
I have a
everyone's-
question.
Yeah.
Does anyone need healing? Because I can also heal a little bit.
I mean, if we're taking a short rest, I'll probably survive.
Because
I've still
Yeah.
I've still got a pool of 25 health points I can use at will, so
yeah, I know I have like first level or one first level and then 2 third level spells I can use for healing.
Or anything else though, while you guys are taking a short rest and you're probably presumably spending hit dice on this, Hal is providing a song of rest.
Oh, right. Forgot that. How can do
What
that?
does that mean?
What is it?
it adds to your hit die, I thought.
I think
It
it gives
does.
everyone an extra. I can check what it does real fast, but I think it gives everyone an extra hit die or
That's
something.
what I
It's
think it is. I
it's
think
an
it's one
extra D8 of healing, I believe.
D8, that's what it is.
D8.
It might be.
Okay.
It was a D6 at lower levels, but I think it's gone up
I
to
think it's a
D8 now.
D8 now.
Not
So I'm
possible.
gonna
Okay. Cool.
Alright.
See, he's
undo that and
um.
Jeez, you guys
Well,
look like you've been through hell.
I did worse. Oh no, it'd be extra. So I rolled a 1 on a D8. Great. Well,
Oh,
I was at 30, 40, 43, 44, so therefore I got my one health back.
there you go.
9.
Yeah, that was poisonous and lethal poison.
Yeah.
Died almost.
From where?
That room back there, the one you probably just came through.
Jesus, really?
let me actually reset this scene for you guys because it's probably a little confusing. You got it. My bad. Kairon, as you step into this, you're in a hallway right now. To your right, there is a sort of trapezoidal door, which leads into what looks like an old tomb. And on your left, there is a large circular room that's ornate. Probably about halfway through your short rest, you notice that that light button that was pushed popped back out, and the lights went dark in that room. Um, but there's two buttons on the wall here. One of them is a yellow gem with a sort of blue hint in it, and the other is a sort of white gem similar to the one that you pushed into the mural earlier. So again, you're in this hallway between these two large rooms. Theo, the room you're referring to is the one on the right.
Okay.
Also,
Yeah,
Luca,
that was rough. I
I think I went the other.
Luca, did you go ahead or did you go back? Um,
I think I went ahead because it was where I was closest to.
did you want to loop back to the party or did you want to keep going?
I mean, is the room full of gas still between the two of us? Or between me and the rest of the party?
I'll say you can make it through without taking any damage,
I can't give Hal a short rest because
just for the sake of getting the party together and having a short rest.
Yeah.
like I can't hit the short rest button for Hal.
Oh, I see.
Do you have a sheet open?
Yeah, wait, can you do that, LC?
I can. Just tell me what you want me to spend for him.
He's at 23 health. I don't know what his hit die is. His hit die D8.
It depends on which class.
For his bard.
I'd like to do less talking now that I've finally got us caught up. Okay.
Also, has Blaze aged? That's the last time I changed him.
No, but I have not forgotten about his aging.
Okay. Just making sure.
He is older now. He's essentially the size of your lap.
Okay.
He's still teenager.
Young man. Strapping young man.
He's a very strapping young man.
Well, he's just sitting in the back of my armor, probably with his head poked out the top. So.
You currently have a bird on your shoulder too, who is now going to fly over to me. I see you got our message. No,
You
we're
wait,
still-
I wonder where Balboa
Balboa.
is. Yeah. He would probably be with Kairon actually. I sent
Probably.
a message with him.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. No, Balboa, not Commodore, was the one who was supposed to send the message because of flyby. That's my bad.
Yeah.
Right.
So
I think
you
Commodore was
had
keeping. Well, Commodore was keeping an eye on the pirates. I think was his plan.
Balboa would still sit on your shoulder though.
Great. So I
Yeah.
have an owl on my shoulder.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Who's trying to play with Blaze?
Yeah, I can't mess with Hal's sheet at all. I can only look at his sheet.
Okay, I'm gonna take a short rest for him. He's just got 6 health back, and I'm sure he's gonna want more.
Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna want more. Plus his song of rest, so he gets another D8.
Yeah, his Song of Rest as well is just a D8, right? Does it
I
get
think so.
Yeah.
any bonus to it, or it's just that? More health
I
on
don't
top
know
of it?
exactly where it is.
It should be
Song
in
of
his
rest.
features and traits.
It's a D6.
It's is it a D6?
Oh
at
wait.
the early
It might
levels,
be.
or does it
It
go
might
up?
be up higher. Trying to see.
It's one more, and then perfect. Actually, that heals him perfectly.
Oh yeah. It increases to. No. It increases D8 at 9th level.
Oh, really? Oh, that's my
Yeah.
bad. It's okay.
Oh wow. I only
said
got
it.
one. I only got one die. I got 1 point anyway.
That's all right. He spent 3 of his D8s in the Song of Rest. Okay. Hal is fully
Easy.
healed now, and he has everything back.
If there were traps, I'm surprised I didn't get hit by any.
We triggered all of them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
All
good.
of them.
Yep.
I don't think we missed one.
Well, you wouldn't know if you missed one.
That is true. We wouldn't
Well,
know.
No
I
wonder
don't
you
think we
guys
missed
look
any.
like you've been hurt a lot.
Well,
What?
we managed to cause we managed to avoid damage from most of them, except for that last poisonous room, which really fucking hurt.
Yeah, that was kind of
Also,
fun.
where's all the pirates?
They left the cave. They couldn't find the entry.
Yeah.
It ended up being me and Timeros who found the entryway.
Yes, sir.
But-
Shiny gem equals
see
apparently
any.
history of elves.
I didn't see any on my way in.
Yeah, they headed out the other way, which is why we told you to move the ship. They were heading back towards you, but if you got our message, you probably avoided them.
Yeah.
Yeah, anchored the ship back on the eastern side. It's
Okay.
like tied into the jungle, basically.
Okay, well, that should work. That's good because I think they were our pirate friends' former crew.
Oh well, there was also a lot of Tregarthan ships heading around the northern side of the island, going towards the west.
I guess that makes sense. They did say this was like a prison, right?
Yeah.
Patrol here.
Do we know what? Look, do you know what this is a prison for, or
History check.
Sure.
I feel like that's important to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I know a little bit more than my character probably should. So,
That's fair.
that's a 17.
Go for it, man.
Uh, oh shit. Now I gotta filter this. um,
That's how would you make the world?
You
I don't know exactly how you end up here, but this is where they send prisoners that are the least desirable.
So like people, like humanoid,
Yeah.
not like creatures or something.
No. This would be the elven and half elven
Okay, that's good because I
residents.
thought like maybe this was like a creature's like keeps you something in.
Uh, no, not like some uh cage for wild animals. No, this is just regular prisoners.
Okay, well, I guess shall we continue? I mean, do we have to go back to the room that we lit into poison?
If it's
One
been
that I
half
just
an hour.
the one that I just came in through.
No, that
No.
one wasn't poisoned. It's the one on your
No,
right.
it was the other. It was the other. Basically, the room past this.
I mean, I came in
If you
through
go,
the cave.
yeah. So we're in the T section. If you go right, there's a massive gem that we can't move. About the size of a small mountain. If you look left, there's all the founders of this island. Tombs, but no bodies. I think they said.
Is it a massive gym that we just can't move, or we don't want to move right now?
Oh no!
Go take a look.
Here, yeah, walk down that way.
Just go take a look, and you'll understand.
I'm gonna go look at said gym.
Okay,
What's
a
your
few.
As I'm walking away, I'm just gonna turn around and look and say to Timeros, "Did you also say that this gym included all of the history of the elves on these islands?"
I
Is that what?
mean, there was a whole wall about it, like a mural.
Okay,
Yes.
so maybe not necessarily the gym, right?
No, but the gem was involved with
The
that.
gem was
So
there was a gem that was like a key. This is a different gem.
Okay,
oh yeah, this is a completely different gem.
okay. Well, I'm gonna go look at it.
Yeah, have
Okay.
fun.
Walking to your left, down this hallway, you approach essentially like this is a larger door frame, but not too large. You just see a dark room. Your vision pretty much cuts off here as you approach
Oh,
this doorway. There's
watching him walk in the darkness, I'll hit the light switch.
okay, yeah, so there's two gems on either side of you. On your left, there is a sort of yellowish gem with a like a blue sort of line going through it and disappearing out the back. Um, and it's inset in bronze, and along that there's some elven text, elvish text.
Okay.
And on the right there is um a gem of a similar color to the one you pushed in that mural in the cave that you just walked through. It says something else above it in Elvish, and as Theo just pushes on that gem, it sinks into the wall, and the whole room before you, just in a like a three-tiered layer, lights spring up all around the room. Arcane lights just boom spread light throughout this whole place. Um, It is a massive, massive room, and it is it's decent size in its width. Um, maybe I don't want to put an actual number on it because I could be wrong. I'd say probably 60 feet or higher in its width, and straight in its height. It's tall. You look up and see a stunning crystal. As these lights kind of flicker all the way to the top, you see it shines light on this crystal, and it's coming down from the ceiling, buttressed and sort of held up in the roof. Um, I can't describe the scale of this, but looking at it, you would know it would take a team of giants or dragons to move it. It is that big. There is no way it is naturally formed by any stretch of the imagination on this plane, at the very least. Um, but this thing is huge, and it's not like a crystal cluster. It is a single crystal.
Oh,
Um, yeah, and it's kind of descending down into the room.
So
wow.
from what Luca told me, I think it's some kind of mountain peak.
Yeah.
Kind of
The
cool.
other the other thing you notice is straight across the way, there's a pair of massive like wooden doors um, that just tower probably 15, 20 feet tall on the other side that just look huge.
We know where those go?
I don't think so.
Hmm. Well, I would say we could try something with the gym, but I have a bad feeling if we try to move this gym at all, we're all going to die. So I'm not going to try that.
I just don't know what we
Yeah.
could. I don't know what we could do because like I used that shrinking spell one time, but like that's still massive.
I have a ability that I haven't used in a long time that could work, but I don't think it's a good idea just because we could end up hurt. And I don't know if it would even work on it
What
because
is it?
What's
it's
the ability?
mold. It's an ability called Mold Earth. If it's anything that is even remotely like from an, I guess, earthen formation, I guess it would be possible, but I don't think it's a good idea.
It's
I don't
just so big.
think
I don't know how
so
we'd
because
move it.
the area of effect of Mold Earth is small. I have the spell too.
Well, mine comes through a channel divinity and it's got a 30-foot range.
Ooh, okay.
But even still, how do we move it?
This thing is
Yeah.
the roof is way out of range.
Yeah,
And the other side
also,
has all the tombs of the founders
yeah,
of this island.
I don't think moving it is a good idea. I think we're going to
I
trigger
don't
more bad.
think moving it's an option.
I don't even know if it's an ideal we can have. Yeah.
I think there's possibilities, but I don't think it's something we can try. So
Well, we can always
Nothing we
try
can
and
do right
figure out.
now.
I do want to move. Don't get me wrong. I do want it. That is worth a lot of money.
Oh yeah.
But
We'd be able to buy like a
logistically,
country with that.
I did write a note to my associates, and I think they can get like a 20-man team. That's all I'm saying. It'll be
We'd
the
probably get a
easiest
large
heist
enough
you've ever
team.
pulled off.
hey, hang on. Have we even asked Luca if this is something that a lot of people would get very upset about?
Oh, probably.
Luca, you want to steal the big gem?
If we can move it, and also I don't know how do people know about this thing, but it doesn't look like it's from here.
To-
So you're in on taking big gem one way or another.
I mean, I think I could pull together like a 25-person team. Is all I'm saying.
If we can move,
It's gonna take them like a few weeks to get here, but like,
It'll take a while, but it's
so I need to send a
possible.
letter there, and then they need to send a letter back.
It's possible.
And with people.
Yeah.
Look, I don't think this is something we should focus on right now. I think we'll handle this at a later time.
How many
Yes.
people are standing in this doorway? Because this hallway is only fits like 2 people side by side.
I was standing by the light switch, just like leaning up next to it. So
I was just gonna head into the room.
So Chiron, would you be on the you where would you be in position to everyone?
I was gonna start walking over to the door to the big wooden doors to see if I could get a better inspection.
Okay. Um, as y'all kind of filter into this room. Um, yeah, it's pretty large. If you want to check out those doors, moving up to it, you see these essentially large, like giant-sized handles way up on the doors, but you do also see like smaller human-sized handles. But these are large grand doors, but there are actually handles there. They seem to be made of ancient wood, and it it I mean, just looking at it, they are large doors. I mean, it looks like a grand entrance of some kind.
yeah, and then
Would
there are some doors to the room that had poison in it that continue deeper into the
didn't
tube.
would Chiron know how large a giant is, or would he know what a giant is?
Go ahead and make a. Would this be nature or arcana?
Probably nature. It's a creature.
It is a
Right, but
creature.
you can use arcana for creatures too. It's like, yeah. I'll
I
let
mean,
you take
either
your
way, they're
choice.
the same. They're the same modifier, so it doesn't even matter.
It does matter for what information you get.
That's a 14. I guess I'll go Arcana. I guess I'll go Arcana.
Okay. Yeah. You would be familiar with giants. It's giants are an entire creature type. There is no like one type of giant. There are tons of them. There's fire giants, which are probably the ones you're most familiar with. Um, cloud giants, uh, frost giants, hill giants, stone giants, storm giants, and just a whole plethora of huge creatures that are like over 3 times the size of any man. They're considered huge in classification, so they take up a 15 by 15 foot uh, like tile.
Okay.
Um,
Does
these
the
guys are
upper handle, the upper large handle, does it appear to match up to about the correct size the giant might be?
yeah, roughly
About the correct size?
your estimate. Yeah.
Chiron's gonna look back at the party and be like, well, yeah, I hope that there's nothing large enough to use that top handle on the other side of these doors.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet. Um,
Chiron's gonna put his ear to the door and listen and see if he hears anything.
Perception check. It's a day for perception checks.
19! Yes!
Okay. Listening very, very closely, you don't hear anything through the door. It seems dead silent.
Not even breathing.
No, just nothing. Um, you feel pretty confident that there's probably nothing on the other side of this door as far as like a creature or anything like that. You don't. I mean, you don't hear any sounds. This is a thick, giant door. Um, but for what it's worth, you don't hear anything.
Yeah. Chiron's gonna look back at everybody else and be like, I'm gonna try it.
you can try to open the door.
Yep.
Do you want some
And
help?
I don't know. I'll determine that here in a second. And Chiron is going to put one toe up against the other door, grasp the handle, and try to slowly open the door if he can.
Make an athletics check for me.
It's a large door.
Hmm.
15 plus 5, so dirty 20.
Okay. You. Oh. And as you start to feel like maybe this door's not going to budge, it cracks a little bit. You hear, you see a slight flicker out of the corner of your eyes as these sort of runes light up for a second and sputter, and then fade away. And the door slides. And after a second, they come back to life again, and it actually seems to lift ever so slightly, and it just pulls open easily after that point.
Oh, I broke the mechanism. Great.
It broke the lock,
Great job.
the magical lock.
As you open this up, you take a peek at the other side, and what you see is a large pile of dirt. Really, it looks like the ceiling in this place has actually collapsed down on the other side of this door, but the grand entrance is actually tall enough where you can actually see there is on the other side of the top of this. Like you can see there is something on the other side, but this hallway has just been like caved in. But you can get over that.
I want to slowly move to this pile of dirt. How dark is it? Is it really dark or what?
Um,
With the light coming
actually,
from the room too.
um, with the light coming from the room, it lights this up pretty well. It's it's just a bunch of like ceiling that's fallen down, but um, you do also actually see just a hint of light from the other side, and as you approach, the faintest sound in this still air, you just hear the faint hint of air, fresh air, just kind of swirls.
Hmm.
It sounds
And there
distant, and reverb just is all over it.
is there any light coming in from the cave in above or just a partial?
Um, no, but there's probably like a good like 15 feet, not 15 feet. The door itself is closer to 15, 20 feet. There's probably a good like 5, 10 feet up at the top, where there is just air um, at the top of this mound. But above, it just seems to be more rock. Maybe a hint of a tree root.
Aaron's gonna look back at everybody else and in a pretty quiet voice just be like, should here?
What was that?
Couldn't hear that.
Should we go down here or should we go check out some of the rest of the caves first?
I mean, the only two ways I know this way are the way behind the the coffins, or we can go down here if you want.
A little bit of light at the end, so might be where.
Look down there.
Hey, Hal or Timeros, can y'all keep one of your familiars by the cave just to make sure nothing comes in behind us?
Yeah, I'll leave my familiar at the top.
Thank you.
Theo's gonna ignite his short sword so you can see.
What do I see down the hole?
Sorry.
What do I see down the hole? Or like the looking
I
down?
mean, it's a hallway again. The floor continues like level. It's not descending at all, but
Okay.
the roof has collapsed. So there's just a higher point, and it's 15 feet up. It's a mound. You could reasonably like climb it. It's not like a steep. It's relatively steep, but like you can't see anything because there's probably like 10, 15 feet of dirt between you and what's ever on the other side of this hall.
So this would take a while to dig out.
Probably.
Sure, I'm just gonna start using mold earth and start moving it.
You said 15 feet of dirt?
High.
Can we tell how far back?
Boulder is 5 feet per round, right?
Yes.
But
So 5 feet per
our
5 seconds, right?
6 seconds.
6 seconds.
So
But
yeah,
yeah,
6 seconds.
6 seconds, yeah.
so you just start flattening this thing, like it starts parting in front of you.
I think Hal has. Nope, he has shape water, not Mulder. Never mind. he
About
does
30
have.
seconds pass.
He does have thunderclap.
No.
No,
Be
okay.
interesting. What would Hal do? You're running him.
Hal has nothing that would be super useful.
Remember, it was just one hole after another. You are excavating this large cave in, and it just kind of scatters into the room behind you. And before long, you can actually see what's on the other side of this hall. It's probably about like 5 feet of dirt, but like your eyes are peeking over the top of it by this point, and you can see uh, on the other side there is a large room. Uh, Not much detail. I guess Timeros, you can see into it.
Yeah.
The light cuts off for most people, but you
can only see
catch the
30 feet.
start.
So I can only see 30 feet, so yeah.
Yeah,
See the hole, basically.
you
I
catch
can
the
see
start of an open
everything.
room.
Okay.
And yeah,
Interesting.
what everybody else sees though is at the far side, just a small crack of light.
Kairon's
It's-
just going to slowly and as quietly as possible begin moving over towards.
See anything down there? So.
You climb up on top of this surface of dirt, and it's still being excavated and kind of rushing past your feet.
Also,
Um,
just for clarity, he is going to have his shield in. So
okay.
Is just going to ready his sword, just use as a light source mainly, not really offensively. And just watch the back a little bit.
You push your way forward into this space. And though you don't have enough light to catch this whole room, you can begin to get a sense of it. It appears to be a large rectangle. White, or at least at one point it was white. It looks like it was elegant, like the room that you were just in behind those doors, but you notice that this room is just in disrepair. It looks awful, like it's not good. You see at the far end of this hall, where that crack of light is, a bunch of loose rocks that seem to have come in and covered whatever sort of other side of this place there was. But as you step into this room, you see these large, ornate white pillars, and yet some of them seem to have like collapsed in, broken, and the actual room is caved in. And in between these pillars, you see statues in different poses with these amazing sort of heroic stances and great weapons and the like. You actually see 12. And though, Chiron, you don't recognize any of these, everybody else recognizes these stone carvings, or what's left of them at this point. They seem to represent the founders of
You said there's 12
the
statues,
12 statues.
so not 13.
Mhm. Um, some of them
Can I
have,
understand?
broken,
Okay.
but
From the damage that is in this room, does it appear that it was caused by any kind of violence or just disrepair?
Oh, that's a good question.
make an investigation check.
And if I have to make it better, I would not be against casting something to make it brighter and like
I mean, you guys have enough light to go around. It's just like you can't
Yeah, I mean,
light this whole place at once.
is there anything like how did the dirt get in here? Is it caved in?
Mhm.
You
yeah,
said
what was
is
the
there like
roll?
an opening or
There is an opening on the far side of the room from where you are right now. It's where that hint of light is creeping in. Um, it looks like just this far side is covered in these just rocks, like the mountain itself just covered this space.
My investigation was a 15.
15. You look around and actually discover, well, yes, to to both actually. It looks like this has been just destroyed from countless years, decades, centuries of just erosion and just wind and the elements creeping into this place. However, there are actual marks on the wall where you can actually see there's, um, large bestial claw marks and scorch marks that have been actually locked into place. That where the actual wall itself has these sort of rippling tendrils of just blackened soot. And as you take a peek around this place, lighting it and trying to figure out the source of all this, you actually run into something else. You, with a hint of just you run into something that looks familiar but slightly different. Here you recognize, buried under some of the rubble, what appears to be the remains of a dragon of some sort.
I
That
think I know what happened
is
here.
from
So hey Tomaris, remember that theory that I had
Yeah.
where I said that the founders may have been dragons? And there's now 13 jealous one. It was probably also a dragon. And I feel like that dragon tore down all these statues and then is trapped under here.
Start moving Earth.
I think this is our 13th dragon. Or at least our dragon's 13th reason why.
Arthur.
Um,
Maybe. Could possibly be.
but I think I'm right about this theory of mine.
I think so. I really do.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. I'm gonna walk up to the dragon bones.
They are ancient, and there's barely any. It's only because Chiron had a good roll that he managed to spot this. But they look like they've seen just years of decay. And years is a loose term, probably centuries. The
Luca,
fact
how
that there's
long ago
anything
did the
still here,
founders die? Do you know that? I don't know if you know that in character, but like,
you can make a
I
history
certainly
check if
don't
you
know
want
off
on
the
that.
top of my head. I'll make a
yeah.
check.
This is interesting.
Ooh, and that's an 11.
That's an 11. Okay. Well, it's been long enough for an entire society to form. Uh, an entire elven society, mind you. You know, the elven
Yeah.
lifespan is probably about 700 years.
I thought it was
So
like 9.
yeah. Um, it's been a long time since the founders were here.
Interesting.
Unknowably long ago.
I think I'm right with this theory.
Is there
Um,
anything here that you think we should carry with us, Luca?
Uh, didn't notice anything from the description that stuck out.
well,
What was that?
the greedy part of me says dragon bones are normally valuable,
Yeah, I kind of want to grab some.
but the culturally acceptable part of me says we probably should not mess with possible founder bones.
Where would we sell dragon bones?
I'm sure there's a collector, like
There
Probably.
are such thing as
it's
black.
dragon bones. Like people are like
I might know a guy.
I
Well,
know a guy.
I
I
am going to
imagine-
grab a few.
I imagine there's probably more valuable things in here than dragon bones, but dragon bones are probably pretty valuable. I mean, they're like,
There's
stuff
dragon
of
bones.
nightmare.
I'm actually gonna grab. I'm gonna go up and see if I can take any dragon bones from it.
Hal would probably refuse, but
Would actually like to go
The-
take a closer look at founder statues.
Okay.
if you want to
For
see what they
sure.
look like,
Oh.
there's projections of them in the other room.
I actually completely forgot something too. I didn't mention that on the other side of those doors that the large doors, there were another pair of gems that
Yeah.
looked similar, basically identical to the ones on the other side.
Uh,
There was that yellowish gem with that blue
I would
knit and the
try to hit the one that had the light switch look.
Since this was in the other room and you already powered the lights, it doesn't really do anything. They flicker for a second and it seems like a recasting.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that was before the mold earth. So there are no lights in this room. But there is just this large.
But I'm gonna cast light.
All right.
Hal
Even more
can
light
do
for
it
you.
without spending a spell slot, but
It's neither. So can I. It's cantrip.
well, then go for it. Oh, I was thinking of the very bright one.
Daylight.
Yeah.
No, I just got light.
Okay, that's fine. We can use light. We can save the daylight for something else.
So this room just gets a little more illuminated with you guys walking around it. Someone said they were checking out the dragon bones.
Timeros, I think, was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going up to check it out and possibly grab.
Going to grab, but
I wish to grab bone.
Uh,
I wish to grab big dragon bone.
you multiclassed into sorcerer, my guy.
Not the
All
only
right,
reason I want to look at the bones, but you
not
know.
a draconic one.
No, yeah, no.
So going up to the bones, you're just trying to grab one.
Well, I'm gonna see if there's any like small ones I can grab and just really take a look at like normal and like see if I could see any like full normal size bones. Like I'm looking for like teeth, smaller bones personally to grab, and then larger bones to also look at.
All right, yeah.
I do think the statues were, if they were just trying attention, it was probably by this dragon.
Probably.
You can
and-
make a nature or arcana check if
Oh,
you want
me?
to determine the type of dragon it is. Timeros.
Okay, nature or arcana.
Yeah. Also, not all the statues in this room are destroyed. It looks like just part of them have eroded. Part of them seem to have been knocked over in combat. Just
was
this
gonna
sort of
ask.
mixture.
If you which which statues in particular have been mutilated, and which ones have just decayed?
And I was going to ask if the statue damage looked intentional to that statue, like were some spared, or was some,
Um,
or was it just like
yeah,
visceral, like
it
That wasn't
it
at
d-
20.
a nat 20 on the. Oh shit. You actually find something as you're pushing through the rubble. You scrape, kind of mold earth your way through, and actually reveal something.
Do I...
You catch something shiny, and as you go down, you actually see that's a gold coin. And then there's another one, and another one, and a platinum. And as you kind of start digging your way through, you see that this dragon seems to have been buried with a hint of some of its treasure. Um, Starting to excavate your way through, you actually see there's no flesh, there's no scales or anything that you can see immediately. Um, but as you keep like carving out, like basically going through the rib cage, um, the rocks part away, and more gold and platinum are piled up there. You actually catch something on the other side that doesn't look exactly like a it doesn't look exactly like the rest of these coins here. It's actually a large scale, a bronze scale.
oh, bronze dragon?
I'm
And
going to grab that.
By all
you
means,
do.
yes.
And you actually get a handful of them too, because there's like a chunk of it, of this dragon that seems to have been so far removed from all of the elements, that it seems to have strangely been preserved, um,
Shit.
in
Okay.
some odd, like almost petrification way. It's weird.
I'm going to present that, and I'm going to grab a pretty sizable handful of that money, and then present the rest of it to the party.
All right. Um, as you're showing this off, everyone else looking around at the statues,
How much money do I
it
get?
doesn't.
How much money do I get from that sizable handful I grabbed?
I'll tell you in a little bit, but I'm gonna
Okay.
describe the statues first and foremost because there's a good amount that's been
Okay.
crushed under this rubble.
I got you. I got you.
And it looks like this dragon did die in this way with the rubble, like crushing them,
Yeah.
or at the very least, like it's just been countless. It's yeah, there's barely anything remaining. Um, but those of you who actually look around this room, uh, not all the statues look intentionally destroyed, but you can see like there's a one of the founders here, like with a bow and arrow, knocked, but like the front of the arrow is just broken off with time. There's and like the nose is gone. There's someone who had. It looks like the pose was like this, but this entire portion of the hand is on the floor and like broken. There's one of the statues that's just been cut in half, and it just like you can see just rocks scattered across the floor. Um, uh, and actually, that would be the one in front of this pile, as it looks like there's probably uh, some event that occurred in this dragon's death that actually managed to knock over one of these statues or something. Um, None of them appear to be like intentionally destroyed by a dragon, um, but it looks like scorch marks from like maybe an ancient spell that was cast, um, like a fireball detonation, um, things like that. And there is evidence of combat in this room, and it looks like some of this history has suffered from it, um, as well as this dragon.
Yeah, makes sense.
However, um, I mean, in addition to this, a lot, and probably the majority of the ruin of this room seems to be natural decomposition and decay. And actually, as you guys are just standing in here, there's a as on the far side you'll stop and look as a pebble falls down on the far end of this room, and it seems like that little crack of light is just a little bit brighter, and a little bit more sunlight is peeking into the room and lighting up part of the wall. Um, it looks like there was paint in here at one point, just very, very faint remnants of it, but centuries have taken that away. Um, but the sort of far end of this seems to be like entirely caved in as well, aside from that hint of light. It just looks like a whole bunch of mountain stone has come down on it. Oh, and there's a hint of overgrowth actually creeping in on that side as well. Sorry, just
All
trying to
right.
paint a picture.
Were any of the statues holding any kind of real weapons, or were they just holding like ceramic weapons?
Um, taking a look, these guys, they look to be like generally elven. There's a couple like ones that look not elven, and what's left of them at least. Um, but you can see they don't seem to have any like massive like actual weapons, but it looks like whatever these rocks, whatever this was rock at one point before it was carved, it's still rock. So it looks like those weapons would be of the same rock. Um, none of them do actually. None of them appear to have an actual like magical, like a magic item or something like that, or like a
Yeah.
massive metal weapon.
Okay.
No, these do appear to all be statues.
Okay.
Um, good check though.
Well, you guys want to keep sticking around here, or
Guess let's see what this what the cave in over here is about.
okay? Check. Let's see if this
Also,
place goes any further, or if it just ends here at the cave-in.
yeah.
Might be. I mean, I'd like to know what the dragon is trying to protect, if that's what it was doing.
I would as well.
Um, this I'll ask for an investigation check on this one just to see if you can
Okay.
piece together.
For Luca.
For, I mean, I guess yes.
Okay. I'll roll investigation. Do you have a puzzle written out, or is it just gonna be just the roll?
This is gonna be the roll.
Okay. Well, shoot. Uh,
Yeah, no, it's
11.
11. Okay. It's hard to tell. It's back and what you would assume its tail. Its tail isn't there actually, but like there's the nub of it. Uh, that end seems to be facing the doorway that you guys came out of, and it's like its skull with its teeth removed, and what's left of its claws peeking out are gone. Um, but you can see that this general like what's left of the skull seems to be facing that far side where the light's peeking in.
Interesting. Okay.
And actually, the pillar. Um, this is one of those pillars that's like fully collapsed, and you get the sense that the roof probably came down whenever this dragon um, crashed through this pillar and the statue and just basically got.
And this is the same dragon, right?
This is the same dragon. There's
Okay,
no.
good. Specifying.
Well, technically, you've seen 2 dragons in this,
Yeah.
but yeah, this is just 1 dragon.
Okay, I'm just gonna see if this place goes any further down from the cave in, or if this is like the final room in the cave in.
Um, are you referring to the far side?
Yes.
Okay. You're actually seeing with the construction of this room, uh, there's like a large entryway here, which has been caved in. Um, and it's like actual like large boulders and stones at this point. But that crack is coming in at just the right point for it to shed some light in. Um,
So this would have been
it,
the
it
main
would
entrance.
Then I suppose. I
uh,
wonder if this was like the main entrance, and the
Kind of
cave
what
entrance
I
was like the side entrance.
It's kind of what I would expect as well.
It makes sense because you walk into a big statue room. The tomb is far to the left, and there's a cave to the right, though, which I don't know why that's there, but
Would kind of like to see if we could make that entrance a little bit wider, just so we can see if there's anything on the other side of that wall.
I don't think you have a way over there, unfortunately. Uh,
Could you fly Commodore up the hole?
I could see if is the whole big enough for Commodore to fit through,
it would actually be big enough for Commodore to fit through. Yes.
and I guess I will put my hand on. Let's get this pick. Kairon's shoulder. I'm gonna let my eyes glaze over as I look through Commodores and flap through that hole.
And you fly up
Yep.
and squeezing through the space, Commodore pokes his head out, and you actually recognize, looking out, you see the environment and you are looking out over Thon. You're looking out over the island, and as a matter of fact, you can see down where you guys actually came up the mountain pass. And this place has been just covered with just, again, the natural with time. Stones seem to have come down the mountain and sort of covered this, but looking at it, it does seem to have been like a main entrance at one point. There's a large sort of what you would presume, there's like a hint of a lip that's wide enough for probably a creature like a dragon of this size to actually land and then enter this space. But it does look like this was at one point the main entrance to whatever structure you're now in. Um, and you do actually recognize overgrown mountain pass far more so than the entrance that you guys took. It appears that this has just been years of erosion and plant growth, and frankly, you could probably actually get out this way and go down the mountain at a relatively fast speed. Um, but you know, there's a lot of there's a lot of risk in that. Um, it's it was a passageway at one point.
All right.
It's
I'll
not
I'll
anymore.
pretty much relay that. I'll say, yeah, this looks like it was the main entryway. And I'll drop my vision till come back inside.
Did you happen to see if there might be anybody on the other side of that wall?
I'll hop back into Commodore's vision, look around for any signs of life.
No people. You do recognize like a lot of like natural growth again. Like trees have kind of covered this with the years. There's no it, you don't see any people. Just the large natural tree filled landscape of Thon. You do
Relay
actually see
that?
patches of land where there are like residents of people, like places that have been cleared out for farmland and the lot. But you don't see
Okay.
any immediate people.
I'll say, well, I didn't realize anyone actually lived here, but yes, I do see a few farms off in the distance, but nothing nearby.
You said
Which
this overlooked the mountain passage we came in on,
the
right?
map has that, yeah, that we came up through.
And there was nothing on that either.
I didn't see any people other than probably a dead body. That's not important. Yes, I didn't see much of anybody.
Maybe a possible way out.
It might be if we could open it more.
Yeah.
So the coast does look clear.
But let's go back. Let's explore a little bit more. See if we can find anything else useful in here. And then after that,
Oh, we're trying to get a door open, right?
Perhaps
What?
it'd be a bit difficult to open, but that's because it's
But it's
covered
a
in
door,
rocks.
right?
Is it a door or is it just boulders and stuff?
I think it was a door. Now it's an opening, but it's caved in.
yes, and Tharnak, I know you could probably move it with your earth moving stuff, but I would say let's wait to do that completely until later on.
Right now, it gives us some
I was
cover.
gonna say if
that'll
it was
that'll
just a
attract
door, I
attention.
could use thaumaturgy to open it.
I don't think it's just the door.
It would
also,
work
right,
because it's an unlocked door.
but it's rocks.
Yeah, no, it's rocks. Yeah.
Also, it gives us a lot of cover right now. That would make a lot of attention if we opened it.
Yes.
That's true.
Yeah, let's just leave this closed off.
We can head
That way
the
it's
other
a
way.
little bit more inconspicuous.
And
We can head back the other way where we almost died.
did we grab all the gold and platinum from underneath the bronze dragon? Throw it in a bag
I
of
would say we
holding?
Oh, I
probably
wasn't.
scooped it up into the bag of holding.
I got
So.
that.
Chimeros, with your time actually going through that and counting it up, here's what I will say to that. All right. Just let's make this. We need to make this simple and use exact numbers so that you guys can track this easier and I can as well. So we'll do. Okay, there we go. 200 copper pieces. Whoever's, I don't know.
Are we? How are we
Oh, in
dividing? So we're
total.
Yeah, I'm just giving you the total of everything that you found in here.
Okay.
Um,
Is anyone writing this down or no?
I thought you were because you were finding it. But I could. If
Yeah, I'll write it. Just
Okay.
give me a second here. 200 copper pieces.
correct. 1,000 silver pieces. Oh, sorry, no. 2,000 silver pieces.
that's a decent amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice amount of money.
Okay.
600 gold pieces
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Jesus.
and 40 platinum.
That's a significant amount of money.
That's yeah.
Yep.
And the craziest part is, I would assume that's not all of his gold.
No, probably not. This is just what they had on their persons when they died.
Yeah.
This is their literal pocket change.
Well,
How many ways am I
looks like
splitting
there's-
this?
There's five
mean,
of us, right?
I mean, I figured we'd put it in the group fund for right now.
So do I want to split 6 ways then?
Yeah, so we can do split ways and then put the 6 share into the back holding.
Okay.
Sounds good to me because I'm broke.
Hey, Hal, what do you want to do with your share?
Hal is gonna want to build a tavern.
He's not going to go to Disney World?
I'm going to Disney World. I did go to a theme park today.
Nice.
One? Which one?
Busch Gardens.
It's a fun park.
You said
is.
600 gold pieces, so 100 gold pieces each, and then
Yeah, so it'd be 100 gold pieces each. It would be 33 copper pieces each. And
No,
then
one sec.
then we have 2 left over, so I'm putting that in the group fund.
I have 17 gold piece. So that's it. That's all I have. So 33. I can't adjust house at all.
Just go ahead and note it for him, and you can have him do it after.
Was it 33 copper or 33 silver? It was 33 copper, wasn't it?
33 copper, and then
2000.
Everybody gets 6 platinum, and then the last 4 goes in group fund.
Right. So how much
was
was
it
everything
6?
again?
You said
Some
so
of mine-
40.
6 platinum, and the last 4 goes into group fund.
6 platinum. How much gold?
Okay,
100.
so here's the full breakdown. For copper pieces, it's 33 each, and then 35 in the group fund.
Okay, give me 1
For
second.
silver
I'm
pieces,
trying to do 2. Give me a sec.
okay,
So it is copper is 33.
Mhm.
What that broke it. Give me a sec. That broke the bag of holding.
Are you on the drive, or are you on the bag of holding in D&DB?
The one on drive. 193. Give me a sec. Wait, nope. I can't do math. Give me a sec.
I have all of them.
So
Figured out.
okay. 1193.
How many
Okay, so
silver did you
33
say?
copper. Yeah.
Okay, so you got the 33 copper. Everyone good?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. 333 silver each, and then 335 for the group fund
333 silver.
because it's about the same.
Someone's
Yeah,
got it.
it's
Cool.
the same ratio.
I got the bag of holding.
Any Elytrium?
No,
No electric.
And how many gold?
100 gold each.
Yep.
Just in total.
And 6
That's it.
platinum.
And 6 platinum. Yeah.
And then 10 platinum into the bag of holding.
Was it 10?
Uso
Or...
pipes up. Hey, wait a minute.
6 plus 4.
What happened to my share?
You don't get a shit. Yeah. I go with Duno.
Duno.
Oh, is he with us still?
He is
Oh,
with
yeah.
us. He came here. Okay, told us before we started doing counting.
I don't love count.
I did save
How
your
much was your
life.
share, do you know? You got 5%, right?
50%.
I thought it was but equally.
I thought it was none.
I have the treasure. I have displayed this to you. I have granted you access to this wonderful place.
That's
Actually,
fine.
I
we
granted
did.
you
We got through all the traps. You
after you got
kind of
stuck.
cried like a little bitch.
Gentlemen, there's plenty to go around.
You
Come on
really
now.
didn't do much.
Do you know, if you survive to the end of this, we'll consider an equal share.
Excuse me. I am the one who provided the treasure map to you, gentlemen.
Yep, and we'll consider providing you an equal share.
And you walking out
Fine.
alive.
No, we're not gonna kill this man. We just gotta make sure he gets through it alive.
Right.
He
Yeah.
draws. He draws his mace.
You really
Come
don't.
on
How
now.
big is the room we're in?
It's a large room.
It's a large room. I'm just gonna bring out Balboa. Or Martin, sorry.
Yes, it's fireball on itself.
Send
It's
it on
not the
himself.
first time I've seen a python.
Look, there's no need to fight.
I don't
Come on
think
now.
we want to do this.
I just
Yeah, but
we'll
can you
just-
fight a python while blind?
cast darkness.
Darkness.
15%, I'll take it.
We weren't trying to actually take it from you. We just said that whenever we're done, we would consider it.
we'll divvy it all
That
up.
sounds an awful lot like taking it. Trust me, I would know.
I mean, I
Pirate.
guarantee you there's a load of pirates outside that might be interested to know.
Well, then you'd have to divide it with them too. We've been over this.
I mean, would they be happy to see you?
They would if I
It's his
brought them
former
this. But of course, I wouldn't be happy to share it with them, so.
Then again, this is nothing compared to whatever the rest of this dragon had.
And that's not here right now. We are.
You wouldn't have even seen this if it was for us.
Duly
Very-
noted,
very
which is
noted.
why I'm settling for 15%.
15% of the rest that's here.
12.5.
We've divvied this up. Yet. It's too late.
Make a persuasion check, Luke.
All right.
12.5.
Lucky metal die.
I can just give him 12.5 of the one that the proof fund would have had.
13.
15.
Just give him
Come
like
now.
2 of the platinum from the group fund.
Hold on.
The 10.
I have worked with scoundrels for more than I would like to admit, and I will say this much for you. You are scoundrels.
Most scoundrels probably would have left you to die in the other trap room. I give you the combination for the lock, so the vines didn't go and grab you. That's pretty honorable.
And yet you are trying to cut my take from me.
I haven't done anything. I just said we'll figure this all out once we're in the safe location.
Seems pretty safe to me.
You say that. What about all the poison, the traps, the pirates?
And how do I know that you won't just abscond with all of this treasure?
You'll be here the whole time. You've already been here.
If you split it on amongst yourselves, why can't I get...
Fine. 15% is 80 gold pieces here. I'm done arguing with this. I just want to go see the rest of the cave, and anything else we find, we'll sort it out then.
Eyes it to his waist. Good. Well, now that we're in a happy alliance again, this wasn't what I saw.
I mean, I could understand that this isn't what I would have expected to have been called a treasure. I was carrying more than this on me as it was, so...
What do you mean saw?
That's a good point.
What?
That's...
Have you been here before?
No, I have not, but,
No, stop avoiding
No.
the question.
I would like to make an
see.
insight check on that.
go for it.
I would also like to. So
That is a
I'll-
21.
Oh, hell yeah, you caught him in the middle of something here.
I'm going to pull out a dagger, walk up to him, hold it to his throat, and go, tell me the truth right fucking now.
Hal is gonna cast Detect Thoughts.
There's a whole lot of fuck. Tamaris, what are you doing?
Holding a dagger to his throat.
Roll initiative.
Kairon is going to prepare burning hands.
I said I didn't want to have to make this fight.
17.
15. You go first. You see him reach for his mace.
Wait, is it just the two of them on each other?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you guys want to get on it too, you can roll it.
I'd rather not kill him. I want to know what information he has.
I have a solution. I rolled 21.
Okay.
I rolled 22.
You would go before even Timaros would. You see
I
the
rolled
two of
22.
them kind of. You see Timaros approaching with the knife. Duno goes and grabs his mace. You guys, both of you can go first.
Okay. I want to do an unarmed strike with while casting a snare strike as a bonus action.
Oh shit. Okay.
That'll help.
And that's an 21 to hit.
21 to hit, and he has to make a strength saving throw, right? It'll definitely hit him.
Right. He has to make a strength save.
That is. It's 13.
He has to beat a 14.
Oh shit! So he's restrained. All right.
Right.
So as there's this tension, he goes and grabs for his mace as Timaris approaches with the knife, and he gets restrained by these vines.
Is it my turn or is it who?
Yeah, it's your turn now.
It's my turn.
Initiative.
Anybody else doing anything?
I
Uh,
rolled a 22, so
I'm gonna take my other hand, put it over his mouth, and cast poison spray.
That's great.
Okay.
He has to make a Constitution saving throw.
really didn't want to fight here.
Yes, it's not kill the man.
That's
Also,
11.
Kairon rolled an 18.
11. He fails.
Okay, but that would happen after Theo and Kairon.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do, so I will. I don't know what to do. I didn't want to fight him. Hal is focusing on his detect thoughts.
Kairon, you see, you just hear "fuck" from Duno, and like
He's
this
also-
got sour. Chiron, you see Timaros is beginning to cast poison spray. You recognize he's done this before, and he's actually going for Duno's mouth. You have
I want to
this,
take a
that's-
swat. I want to take. Is it 2 actions or just a 2 attacks?
It's 2
it would be
attacks.
2 attacks. But like shove and grapple are considered attacks as well.
Yeah, I know. But they're considered actions though, not necessarily attacks. Or wait, no, we changed it before to make them attacks. Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, those are by raw. You can shove or grapple. It's an
Yeah,
attack
they're
action.
It's no, it's just an action in combat.
It's not a full action.
It's a form. It takes the place of one of your attacks.
Exactly. So because you have extra attack, you could like stab
Hit
someone
and
then
then
shove them.
boom.
Yeah.
I don't want to stab anybody else though. Could I
But-
cast
You
an
don't have to.
action spell afterwards then?
What was that?
Could I cast
No,
an- I didn't think so.
unless
but
it's like a spell
wait.
like
it's
you
not a
mean- wait.
bonus action spell, so I don't think it'll work, but
For yeah, no. If you make an attack against someone or you shove or grapple a creature, that's a type of attack. A type of attack that can replace an attack action.
yeah.
And if you take an attack action, you
I guess
get
that
to.
what I'll do then is I'm just gonna put my hand. I'm gonna move in, put my hand on Timaros's arm, look at him and say stop, and then with the other hand, I'm going to cast Zone of Truth on.
I'm just
Duno.
gonna cancel the spell and back off.
This spray actually goes off.
And then
What's
is
the casting time
immediately
on
hit
Zone of
with a
Truth?
Zone of Truth. Casting time Zone of Truth is 15-foot radius sphere.
you should say like
Casting
on the
time is
top.
just one action, so
Okay. For sure, and that's a charisma save, right? Or a wisdom save.
it is a charisma save. This is correct.
Ooh, okay.
He might be charismatic. I still have the
I mean, he's a pirate,
detect
so
thoughts. Yeah, I was on the detect
What's your-
thoughts up.
What's your spell save DC?
my spell save DC?
Mhm.
So 13.
Okay. You would know for this first casting, he resists the initial effect, but every turn that he's in this space, he has to make a new save.
Okay.
Until he fails it.
And he's entangled.
And he's
Yeah, he's-
grappled, too.
He's going to spend his action to try to break out of that.
Wait, so you've made, I didn't realize this, but so you've made things like grappling or disarming an attack instead of a full action?
I believe yes, they should be. Grappling is yeah, you can use an attack action to make a special melee attack a grapple. That's by Raw.
Okay.
Shoving a creature. Using an attack action, you can make a special melee attack to shove a creature, stuff like that. So, yeah.
What about disarming? Because is that
Di-
a full action or an attack action?
It should be the
Disarming
same.
is interesting because that is that's a DMG thing that I have not looked too much into, but I have general idea of.
I think it works the same way as like a shove.
Yeah, I would generally think the same, or an unarmed strike.
Well, because like the way that a battle master can do is they can do the same thing, but they can add damage to theirs. So I think it works the same way.
Right, but battle masters are a little special.
Special.
If you want to try to disarm him, you can. He's restrained for another round. And he's going to take, I believe he takes an extra d6 damage from this as he's trying to break free, but he can't.
He takes a d6 on his turn.
Yeah, it's a 13 strength save right now,
Yeah.
so he'll take damage.
Yep. And he took a whole 1 damage from my little gun punch.
We can talk about this.
So,
You're a fucking psychopath.
and you're a liar.
Liars.
So fucking what?
You have been here before.
Let's say, is the zone of truth still?
You see he for this one he's oh wait, charisma save.
Yeah.
That's an 11.
No, he does not pass it that time.
I haven't been here before. All right.
That's what the detect
Fuck.
thoughts up.
And how have you seen it?
Explain to me what you mean by see or saw.
Mm.
What's his thoughts saying?
He wants to get out of the fucking vines. They're stabbing him.
Right. He doesn't have to talk.
Vines are not.
Which he actually does break out of them. We can be civilized, you know.
Then let's.
This is coming from the individual that did not tell us what he saw? Or that he saw something greater?
It's part of my trade, and you knew that I had information, all right? I just didn't want to share it because I don't like sharing information, and fuck.
I got problems. I have trust issues. Oh.
Might be a good idea
What?
to start sharing, because
Yeah, I would
the
say
more
it's
you
probably
say, the more likely we are to live. All of us.
Together.
including you.
Sid's annoyed.
Hmm.
Not while he's here.
Oh,
He looks to time arrows.
that's fair. How about you take a
Martin.
quick walk?
Back in, like back to the staff form. I'm going to walk out of the room, turn the corner, cast some visibility, and walk right back in.
I was gonna say you could leave your bird, but yeah.
Interesting note. You're walking back into the hall.
Like turning the corner so I'm out of view, casting
Okay.
invisibility, walking back in quietly.
That's fun. As you cast the spell,
Zone of truth.
you actually feel something as you're back in this other large room, this circular room. As you're right around the corner, you release the spell, and you feel for a second it actually stutters as the yellow gem on the wall beside you seems to take some of the energy as you're casting the spell. And it for a second you're not sure if you're invisible or not, but it doesn't matter because the whole room around you, the lights shut down, it goes dark for a second, and there's this you catch a split second of the entire room sort seems to like shift into a different image before it's gone. You look down, you don't see your
Interesting.
hand.
Okay,
You're
then.
invisible.
Interesting.
So Zone of Truth only goes for 15 feet, so.
Yeah.
He hasn't really moved, but you can see he's like kind of trying to subtly shift out of it.
Right, now that he's gone.
Well, you cast it on a point, so can't I cast it on him?
Say you can't.
I don't know if you can do that. That's interesting.
See what the spell
You're
says.
centered on a point of your choice within range until the spell ends. A creature that enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there must make a charisma saving throw. Where the
Okay,
spell thus can avoid responding question or avoid answering questions which it would normally respond with a lie. Such
sure.
creature can be yes.
You target him, but you're all in the radius as well. So
Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen. I gotta make a save, right?
yeah, it's charisma saving throw every round until you fail it, and then at that point you're forced to tell the truth.
That's a 14. I don't know what your save is, so.
Oh,
The
that's a
13
5.
you pass.
And then Hal has 17.
I rolled a 5.
So you have to tell the truth.
You have to tell the truth.
Do I know that I have
The
to
whole
tell the
truth
truth?
and nothing but the truth.
Yes, you're aware that you are, but you can also not speak.
Roll a
Yes.
23.
So why don't now that he's gone, why don't you tell us what you know about this place? What you saw?
You literally just tried to kill me. Why
I
would
didn't
I do
try.
that?
I did nothing to you.
Actually, none of us tried to
He
kill
actually
you.
stopped you from getting hurt. This man
That
here,
bastard
and
did.
he's gone. We acquiesced to your request.
Acquiesced or acquiesced?
I'm not a teacher, man. I didn't go to school.
We did what you asked. Now, what and how you see something?
You wouldn't understand.
Does he believe that?
Insight check.
Try. Well, he's telling the truth. That's the thing. He
Oh yeah,
believes we
he
would.
is. That's true.
What? Try us. Try to explain it.
He looks between Luca and Hal. Some of us have different ancestry. And we can see visions of past lives. I just so happen to have known, predicted that through a secret door in this Tomb of the Founders is a large pile of coins, the like of which could make me rich for life. Us rich for life, if you share it.
We intend to.
We will share it. My word.
And I'm speaking truthfully because I failed that. And so
Chiron's
does Hal
also
with a
not
nat 1.
Chiron's also not bothering to fight the Zone of Truth, so
Look, we're all affected by the same magic. You know we're telling the truth.
look, as long as we can get you in and out of here, we will obviously share it.
If we wanted you
I
dead, I wouldn't have given you the right combination to get inside. I would let those vines eat you. And I know the value of working on a crew.
Well,
I see Timeros.
Hmm?
I see Timeros.
he is invisible, which, by the way, Timeros, there's something you noticed as you walked back into that room. Faint flicker again. You realize it's not a trick of your eye. That ring of Pyros, it actually lit up for a second. But as you cast invisibility, you can't see it anymore. And as you walk back into the other room, nothing. Well, if it's all the same, I would much prefer to move on from this and go get that pile of coins. We can just be happy. And
I could
Move
wholeheartedly
on.
say that I agree.
As do I.
So, you said in the tomb, so I take it you mean back behind us, going in the direction of more traps?
I I didn't see any traps, just a hall. He gives a brief description. Luca, it's the hall that you went down for a second. There was a door at the end, but the party wasn't with you.
So it's at least telling some truth, because I've seen what he's talking about, and he hasn't.
Obviously, I have to be telling the truth. I don't get an option here.
Well, I will say this, though. I do want you walking somewhat close to the front, just for our safety. So,
What am I gonna do to you guys? I've got a mace.
I mean, you were wholeheartedly ready to fight a second ago.
My life was threatened.
You would rather die than take 2.5% less of the share.
My life and my coin purse were threatened.
They made an odd threat I could not refuse. Money.
Damn.
Well,
Well,
I say we move on. Pretend this
I
never
agree.
happened.
Let's just go get this treasure. Whenever we're done, we'll go our separate ways, and that'll be the end of this, okay?
That sounds fantastic.
I agree. But we've still got an island that is surrounded by Tregarthan ships, and along with a pirate ship on one side, too, if it's still there. So we should probably do this and do it quickly.
I agree.
I'm gonna walk out
I'm
of the room and around the corner and sit down and just release invisibility.
I'm not going back to the holy shit.
I
Hello.
realized the casting of Molder should have triggered that too. That just didn't
Yeah.
So,
occur
what
to me.
do we
Alright.
do now? Should we go back, check out the hallway, and see if we find this so-called mounds of gold?
Agree. But I would say keep your eyes out for anything that could trigger more traps. So,
Right.
Okay. So you guys are progressing back down the hall,
Yep.
Yep.
okay, all the way back to that last room, the Tomb of the Founders.
Yep.
Okay.
I wonder if there could still be a dragon
As
down here.
I never hear why there might be. They live long enough.
so you approach this sort of central pedestal, you see the actual the gem that you pushed down before that created those blue arcane projections in the coffins has been popped back out. The gas at this point, it's been quite some time. It's beginning to clear and filter out. The secret door has resealed itself. Uh, but
The dial should be in the same position, though, right?
yeah, it is.
Okay, let's not mess this up this time. I almost died.
Um,
I was curious.
mhm. And
What?
something that I didn't mention is the projections themselves actually covered the dial and obscured it. However, you had spotted it before they were up. So
Just want to push the button again.
all right. So with this currently pointing at Mala, you hit the central button, and that noise right there. Uh, the bronze coffin across the way, its back slides open, and you see like a hallway just big enough for you to walk through.
I will walk through it, covering my
Okay,
face, just
marching
in
order.
case.
Let's
Uh,
make Duno go first.
I'm fine with that. All right, you know the way.
Okay. Um,
We'll be right behind you. Right.
also staying behind Dune or Duna.
he begins to step forward cautiously.
I'm gonna also
Um,
keep my eyes open for traps, because as a rogue, I
okay.
can do that.
Yeah. He's
Use
gonna
your
do the
bug
same.
rolls.
So make a perception check. He is also
I can
gonna.
use a thieves tool to check for that, right?
Uh, I
Because that's
guess.
a
I mean,
it's something that says you can do with it.
sure. All right. Sure.
That is a 23.
Okay. Um, as you push onwards, you enter this strange room, and it's it's peculiar. It's this long hall that begins to widen out into a larger opening with a door on the end of it. You don't see any traps, neither does Duno, and eventually he approaches the door.
Okay, well, I'll tell
He
them it
looks
looks
back to you.
clear. I don't see any traps or anything. I'm pretty good at that.
Chimeros and Kairon.
I'm gonna plug in my phone real fast. Give me 2 seconds. I'll still be able to hear it and everything. Just
Austin just vanished, so I don't know if he's hearing this.
I didn't hear him leave.
You said
He's not deaf, but his mic is mute.
Okay, there we go. Chimeros and Chiron. The two of you notice as you walk through this dark hall, holding lights, however they may be appearing to you. The rings on both your fingers, rings of Pyros, are glowing lightly, and they're seemingly getting stronger as you're pushing into this space. Reaches the door on the other side and looks back. All right then. I guess I open this, right?
I don't know how we open it, so if you're in tune with this place, I suppose.
He reaches down and touches the handle. All right then.
I mean, that seemed okay.
Yeah.
Pushing it open, you see the other side of this door is a large, not large actually, it's like a medium-sized circular room. And as he steps into this space, are you guys following him?
Yeah, I'll be right behind him.
Okay. Okay. As you step in, there is just enough room for you guys to all filter around. In the center of this circular room, there's a platform about the size of like one stair. It's about 10 feet wide, maybe a little higher, maybe 15, 20. And atop it is a pile of treasure.
I don't trust this.
Looking around the rest of the room, the door you just came through, looking around the rest of this circle, on your left, there's another set of large doors that are like a miniature version of the grand doors that you walk through, and some kind of closer to that the hallway entrance.
I
On the far side of the room is a doorway a little larger than the one that you've just walked through, and on the right side of the room there is another doorway of about the same size.
I would like to ritually cast Detect Magic because I don't trust this gold.
There. You see? As promised. Can I take my
This
cut
feels
now?
Hold
I
on.
wouldn't recommend touching that. I don't trust it. I've seen magic do strange things. Let me test it first. No, sarcastic detect magic. I mean, if you want to, you throw yourself into a pit of death, you can touch it, but I'm not here to stop you. But
So
The platform, what is it made of? Is it made of stone? Is it made of wood? What are we looking
The entire environment here seems to be a carved stone that looks very like this place has an actual like kind of relatively elegant look. It's nowhere near like the bronze coffin room you just walked through. But like as far as carved stone goes, this is pretty good. Um, and the platform itself seems like raised tiled stone. It's got a little lip over the end of it, like a round base. Yeah, it does
Hey,
appear to be.
Theo and Timeros, I think I might.
Have what? Sound cut out.
Oh, I think I might have an idea.
What's your idea?
Timeros, you still have Mold Earth, right?
Yes.
Wonder if combined could move that slab of rock toward the door.
Maybe. Good try.
What do you think, Theo? Or should
You're,
we test it for magical effects first?
the slab itself might be okay, but if you want to wait till my thing is done, I could probably tell you for sure what's magical and what's not.
Let's wait until that's done and then we'll try it.
Okay,
think
so
that's a good
10 minutes. It's gonna take about 10 minutes.
Okay,
Hey, Kairon, I got a question for you.
sure.
When you cast magic, does your ring glow?
Mm, it can slightly depending on what I'm casting, but not typically. Why?
Okay, because I've noticed in here mine's been glowing when I'm casting spells.
Not when you're casting spells.
It's still
It's just
glowing right
glowing.
now.
No, before. Did it glow when I casted a spell?
It's been glowing, period.
It was
A,
just
Oh,
didn't.
a different
it's
gem
just
did.
been glowing.
Chiron just didn't notice it until we got into this room.
Okay.
Mhm. The farther away you are from a
Because I
certain
thought you
point,
said
the
earlier when
less
I
it
casted
glows.
invisibility.
That was
No, whenever you cast invisibility, you felt a portion of the spell actually like not.
Okay,
It
never
seems
mind.
to have gone to a different like space. It seems to have been touching that yellow. Like
Okay,
you felt it go in that direction.
that makes sense.
But you didn't notice it was glowing, and then you went invisible, so you couldn't see it.
Hey, Duna,
Mm-hmm.
you mentioned earlier that you were seeing visions of your previous ancestry, correct?
This is just a vision I saw of, I guess, yes.
Do you have any idea from what point of view your ancestry falls on? Like, which of the ancestors that could have been in here, are they one of the original 12 or 13?
Most Tregarthans can trace their history back to one of the founders. Their memories are strong, but this was something special. I don't think I don't know. I don't know which one it was. I just
Just
remember
out of character, just for clarification, Zone of Truth is worn off, correct?
it, how long is the duration on it?
10 minutes.
Real world time is session time, so yes. Um, I'm not sure. All I know is the door opened and she walked down the hall and opened the door. I
That narrows it
saw
down a
this.
little. It was one of the female founders.
You know which founder it was?
No, I'm
I mean,
not
we have
reminded.
projections of. Oh, we have
I'm
projections of
really
all of them.
Yeah, well,
So,
it's not like people look at themselves that often. Maybe you guys do.
I have absolutely no idea what my face looks like.
just another note, Chiron's gonna step aside real fast and quietly cast Divine Sense.
You're okay. Okay.
I'm just waiting for my tech magic to finish.
Curious. You detect the faint good radiance from Hal. I believe a good radiance from Luca as well.
Straight
You
evil.
detect nothing from Timeros. A hint of good in Theo. Buried.
Somewhere.
You don't detect anything from Duno. And actually, very interestingly, something else gets pinged on the roof. You look up and you see a hint of a good radiance poking through a cutout hole in the ceiling. You see this looking down at you. And as you make eye contact, it disappears. And there's a hole in its place.
Do something. Up. We're being what?
Should I stop my spells?
Yeah,
How long has it
go
been
ahead
since
and-
you started casting it?
I don't
It's-
really know. It's been a few minutes.
It's probably been about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
There is no magic in this room.
Slams book shut. There's no magic in this room.
I
So
What
those
was
golden
just
coins
Am I
might
nothing
be-
to you?
have
You
no
are-
idea what I'll be honest, I have no idea what I just saw. Can I roll like a nature check or an arcana check?
You can. You absolutely can.
I think I'm gonna go arcana. That's gonna be a 12. Because I don't have any modifier.
Okay. This was a large face. It was a weird looking face for sure, but like a hint of a serpentine hood. Again, a larger creature, so like a bigger sized face, but it seemed to be fitting in this like maybe 3 foot wide hole in the ceiling, and it retracted into shadow.
And you said it was a slightly good radiant?
It was. You can actually catch it and see it disappear. Give me that roll one more time.
It was a 12.
12. I'm not sure you would know what this is.
Probably not. I kind of doubt it.
It's probably not a natural creature.
Interesting.
You
Hey,
didn't
Theo.
detect like Fey Fiend, Celestial, any of that.
Just a
Or
good, just
undead.
a general good hint.
Yeah.
Interesting. Hey, Theo.
Yeah.
What's the likelihood you could send Commodore up with a letter?
A letter? I mean, pretty. What I did earlier today.
If whatever it is. Let's write a short letter in both Common and Elvish.
I do not know Elvish, but
Well, I mean, how? Can you write
No.
the letter in Elvish?
Hal does know Elvish.
Elf. Or Luca, either one. One of you could do it too.
Yeah, I
Any
could help.
three of us could do it.
Just
And,
do it quickly.
Yes, just do it quickly and send Commodore up.
Yeah,
to-
I'll use.
Do you want to send Balboa?
No. I want something that we can like see what it is.
Well, I can
And
use B-Sense and see through either.
true, I would say send Commodore because he's really perceptive and he'll probably find what you're looking for.
Yeah. It was sort of snake-like in nature.
Perception.
Commodore has advantage on perception checks, and he has +5.
Okay.
Also, Commodore can wait. Hang on. Can Balboa be resummoned?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Either one.
Yeah, they're both familiars.
Send
I'm only
both.
saying
I don't
because
know.
I have flyby.
The flyby just helps you if we get attacked. Commodore can
Yeah.
find things.
That's fair.
If we're sending
Let's just send
Commodore,
up a
then
letter
I'll-
that. Let's just send up a letter that says, "We mean you no harm. We are here peacefully," and just have it in Elvish and to see if maybe it understands them, because it seemed like it was listening to us, watching us.
I'm gonna use B-Sense on Commodore.
I'm gonna
Okay.
take the time and cast comprehend languages.
That's all
Also,
you've
don't
been doing.
attack it, because it seemed to be what good apparently. So don't attack it outright.
Commodore has something against attacking. It's some sort of code. I don't know. You can't do it.
Just don't. Just all for this goes for all of us. If it ends up coming down here, don't attack it because it seemed to
Okay.
be good, whatever it is.
Okay, that's good. All right, so Commodore, take this letter. Whoever's writing it.
Flies up into the
You-
space.
Yep.
Looking through Commodore's eyes, you come face to face with this large creature crammed into this small space, staring out. Get a nice, good look in its eyes. As Commodore with a
So I'm just
letter
gonna
in
give
one
it.
hand.
Commodore has a letter like in his mouth. They're just gonna give it a nod, and then try to just gesture to the letter. He can't speak, but
It seems to just kind of look down and stare. Was this folded up? Was this like? Is it
yeah.
just? Is it like a loose
Is
paper?
it just like a loose paper with words on it, or
Yeah. Well,
Figured it was
what
just
did? How
loose
do you?
paper with words on it.
probably just loose paper with words then?
Commodore backs up. You see the figure shifts, and leans down and looks at the paper. It seems to push towards Commodore. So it's like right up against him. Commodore's like instinctually trying to back up. It tries to poke its head out the hole again and look down.
And Commodore will lead it back in. Uh,
It looks down at you.
it looks down at like where I'm saying Theo, or
All of you.
they're just gonna
He's
kind of give it like a
Like a-
half-hearted wave.
Kind of B-ish wave, I guess.
Yeah.
And nod at it. Smile.
Okay. You see it takes a second. So it's not speaking common, and the only one who can understand it right now is Luca, as it appears to be speaking Sylvan.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll stop using B-Sense then.
Um, so the Plane Guardians have come again. Hmm. You see it just kind of look around for a second. retracts
It's
its
been
hold.
since I started casting.
Um,
Um,
nearly. It retracts its hold back into the wall. Retracts its head back into the wall through the hole. There we go. And it seems to vanish for a little while.
My internet died and came back, so I heard absolutely none of that.
You see this creature's gone for a short while. There's no presence here. I shall wait while it is gone.
using
I
beasts
didn't understand
again,
any of that.
and see where it went through Commodore's eyes, right?
Depends, is Commodore following it?
Sure.
Commodore. Yeah.
Okay. You see the creature seems to find a space up above where it turns around in this like clearing, and it comes back through the same tunnel. It slithers. Um, Commodore's trailing behind. It's following his tail. It seems to creep down into some sort of secret passageway, and you begin to piece together that it appears that there is a secret set of tunnels throughout this structure. And he actually comes out through one, pushing his head against a segment of stone that actually shifts, where a small secret door swings open, and it comes out, and its tail seems to be ready to close the door before it looks down and notes Commodore.
Connor's waves. Trying to appear non-threatening.
Looks to the side in a space that's empty.
I'll let the party, they probably already know or have figured it out, but this creature's moving through the walls, secret passage, and
I can technically say it, but I can't hear any of you, so.
yeah, I can't
Yeah.
hear anything that they say, but yeah, I think we can say it, even though we're
I would just like to
we're,
take a
we're both just talking over each other.
yeah, you just hear this incoherent jumble of both of us talking over each other. And I would like to try and make a nature check to see what this thing is.
You can go for it.
I guess, can I do the same? I mean, my nature's pretty bad, but
There's no bonus on this. As a matter of fact, Arcana would be better than Nature in this case.
okay.
So while they're
Can I
doing
make the same
that,
check, or?
What do you mean there's no bonus? Like I can't use my modifier, or I don't get any fair draconic favorite enemy bonus.
You can use your normal modifier, but you don't get any bonus on top of that.
I rolled a nat 20 and got 23.
I got a 17 for
Okay.
nature.
I got a nat 20. That's pretty good.
This
What are
makes
you
sense
on?
for Theo, strangely.
Does it?
But Luca,
Duh.
what was your roll?
17 for nature.
17.
Why does this make sense for me? Now I'm concerned.
Both of you recognize this in some capacity as a type of naga. And as it slithers into the room with you, you see this large snake creature, which towers over you guys. It is a large creature. Um, uh, it is ancient. Some Theo, you've heard rumors that they are beyond death. These are
Interesting.
undying guardians, typically stationed at historic points or places with valuable treasure. And they are essentially guardians.
I'll say I heard stories about these things growing up. Mom used to tell me about them. They're called Nagas. They guard holy and old sites. What else? I don't know a ton about them, but they're guardians. Some say they don't die ever.
This one in particular seems to know about plane guardians.
I
Said that plane
suppose.
guardians have returned Is that talking about you?
Them too.
Would actually be my people. Ask
Is
the
it is
creature which plane guardians she knows of.
I feel like this would
Said-
probably be like the Fae, right?
You said you were doing something in the meantime, and I kind of skipped over it. What was it that you were trying to do in
Oh,
the
I
meantime?
was just gonna make a perception check to see if I could find whatever hidden door it was gonna come out of.
Oh,
But I
it
guess it
seems
doesn't
to be
matter now.
it came from another room in
Yeah.
this, like one of the other doors. Specifically, this would be the door. Got a lot of papers here. I want to make sure I give you the correct one. I believe this would be the door across the way from you, which you can see actually is a small hallway before another like circular room, kind of similar to this one.
Well, the good news is I think this gold's safe to take. I don't know if we should, but it's here.
If
It's
a-
looking at you, and it doesn't seem to understand what words you're speaking.
if it's a guardian, necessarily take, not be very.
That's what I'm
happy with that.
saying. That's what I'm thinking as well. To be fair, it's not doing any good now. I mean, like the people that are here are dead and they don't need the money anymore. But I've never been one to rob. I mean, I've never been one to not rob places that people have died in before. But
Hey, Luca,
yes.
what exactly language does it speak?
It speaks Sylvan. But I guess that's what the elves that were here in the past spoke. And that's the language of the Fae. Correct me if I'm wrong, that'll see. But
I wonder. There's an old language. I don't know it anymore, but it was a language that they taught us that was supposedly a language that only my people knew, and that I say my people, more of the Plane Guardian. It'd be nice to have that right now. I wonder if this creature.
you should probably know it, right? Like when we were in there, I know your people spoke
This was an ancient.
primordial. Oh,
Yes, primordial. But unfortunately, I don't speak.
You're
let
Oh.
cutting
alone
out, but
fluent.
you also got me.
Sorry,
Austin, you were a little low, yeah, cutting out.
sorry. I
No,
was
you're good.
saying that I don't really know it well enough to speak it, let alone fluent. So that's
Interesting.
Luca,
just for now, I'll
if you
translate from Sylvan. What's up?
or ask it if it knows any other languages.
Okay, well, it doesn't seem to know common, but I'll ask. I'll see what.
Is it up there?
It's down in
It's
the room.
in the room with you now.
It's right in your
Okay.
face.
It's
Oh.
right in front of us. Okay.
And it seems to speak Sylvan, and we don't know what else.
Okay. With comprehend languages, I can't speak that language, right?
Something just fell
I
over my
can
desk.
only understand it, correct?
Yes.
I mean,
I
maybe
believe
it
so, yes.
speaks Draconic if there are people here are Draconic.
Or Infernal.
Okay.
Hal speaks Draconic.
Or Celestial.
In Sylvan, I'll say.
I doubt it speaks Goblin.
Are the I just had a brain fart. I don't remember what. Oh, in Sylvan, I'll say, are the tieflings here the ones that you're referring to as plane guardians?
Yes. Are they not?
What's wrong with this? No, I'm not.
You can't
Oh.
understand what he's saying.
You can't
Yeah,
understand.
yeah, I
it.
can. I said I was casting comprehend languages. For the duration,
You're
the
right,
literal
you're
meaning
right.
of any spoken
That's fair.
language that you hear also, and you also understand any written languages that you see.
But you can't speak
Okay.
it back, though, right?
Yeah, and he.
Yeah.
No, I said that. I said it all in common.
Yeah. Okay. Where was I? Oh, well, they both have they're they're both bear rings of Pyros, uh, and Chiron at least is a plane guardian.
Mhm. He looks at you. I do not recognize this name, nor the languages you speak.
What languages do you know? The others don't understand Sylvan.
He changes his tongue. This is the latest language of my people's time. And he's speaking Elvish.
Still don't speak Elvish. Fuck.
To reply in Elvish.
Hal does.
Well, nice to meet you.
Hal does speak Elvish though, so Hal will say, "It's nice to meet you. What is your name?"
And beyond such thing as names, I am
You
the
look like a
guardian.
Fred.
I thought it was Kevin.
Ancient Naga monster.
Its
Kevin.
eyes just narrow as its face just leans in on you.
I still, they're just
So
sitting there confused.
So you're like a lizard, right?
You're trying to get us killed.
Naga is a Naga.
It doesn't understand you.
I'm speaking Elvish.
Oh, it does understand you. Never mind.
Can you
Yeah,
guys please
I get to speak
tell me
Elvish.
what is being said, please? I don't understand any of this.
Yeah, I'm as lost as big guy
okay,
here.
So in
I know, just
English,
don't
I'm
get
gonna
us killed.
turn and go. So basically, Hal asked what his name was. He said he's beyond like the idea of a name, and then I just said you look like a Fred.
Maybe don't speak.
Also, did I
I'm
hear
just saying.
did I hear y'all talking about plane guardians?
I don't know. I know next. Well, I should probably make a religion check. But, I don't know much about the.
Because
Yes,
Well, I mean,
Go for it.
in a way,
This-
weren't you a plane guardian as a Fey guard?
This is beyond my understanding of this.
This is above your pay grade.
This is way. They don't pay me to know.
I don't
They
know.
pay me to
I
do.
started off just robbing places, so I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, that's a
Basically,
whole 11 for the religion check.
I'm gonna look at this lizard and look at creature and go. So, what should we call you?
It's closer to a snake, my guy.
This reptilian creature. So, what should we call you?
You may simply refer to me as the guardian of this
The
place,
guardian. Okay. Okay.
if you must.
I'm gonna start casting comprehend languages.
Okay.
Because I'm just sitting next to the camera and be like, I open my book, take out my spell book, take out I'm gonna just take some salt. I had a small vial, just throw it. Be like, I got no idea what's going on here.
Nice.
Is it just you here, or are there more of you?
It's complicated.
If you just don't mind me asking, I'm just curious.
You see his serpentine form raises further up, towering about 10 feet just straight up as he turns his head to the large doors to your right. I am both alone and not alone. And he turns his head to the left of him, which is the door to your right, or the passageway to your right, I should say. And unfortunately, as of late, there have been unwanted intruders in this place. I reckon, and he looks between you and Kairon, that the two of you have come to clean that up.
Aaron can't understand any of this, so somebody's gonna have to tell him.
Is there a plane? Is there a port of the plane? One of the elemental
Karen
planes?
just pulled like Jesus Christ, I got no idea what's going on here. There's a clip. I'm gonna pull up.
Aaron's
you
just gonna
saying-
sit down on the wall.
Theo's still just hastily casting
I think there's
different languages.
a plane portal thing here. Just gonna look at Kyra and say that.
Oh. I mean,
Yeah,
it explains the
the rings.
ring. It explains the glowing. Wait. What has it said anything else? 'Cause y'all were talking for a hot second.
It's the only. Okay, so its name is the Guardian of this place, right? It's the Guardian of this place. That's all we got. Basically, it's here alone, but not here alone. Don't know how that works. But yeah, he said there. As of lately, there's been unwanted guests, and I guess you two, looking at you and me, the Playing Guardians. Assuming we're both Playing Guardians.
Wait.
Are here to fix that.
Hold on. You said there have been unwanted guests.
Yes, and then immediately followed up with, and I think you two Playing Guardians are here to fix that.
Interesting. That means this isn't. If there is a breach, that means this isn't just some small breach. This is actually something rather
Large.
serious.
Yeah.
Ask it what kind of visitors it's had to deal with.
What kind of visitor, and back to the creature in Elvish, what kind of visitors are you talking about?
Creatures of metal and fire.
I'm
the
gonna
likes
say
of
ain't
which
what?
the likes of which I am unfortunately not as well equipped to defend against.
So creatures of metal and fire.
Oh,
Creatures, you mean dragons, maybe? Or people wearing armor and using fire?
kind of what it sounds like to me.
Back to the creature.
Does
Could
the
this
creature
be
understand? Does the creature understand Infernal or Draconic by any chance? Can you please ask it?
It still doesn't help me.
question?
Elvish. is
Guardian.
nice.
Do you speak Elvish or Infernal or Celestial by any chance?
He responds in Celestial. I can speak the language of the gods.
Okay.
Does that help? Does that help us?
No, I said
But
Infernal
no.
and Draconic.
Oh! Do you speak Draconic? I thought you said Celestial. I completely heard you wrong. That's my bad.
Commenter will
I
understand
wish I
him.
spoke Celestial.
I could teach you. I know
No
Celestial.
Draconic and no Infernal.
Draconic and no Infernal.
I just speak common and goblin, and that's it.
It seems
And
that one of
I
the
forget
party
that you know
would be able to
Goblin.
understand.
yeah, it's been very useful in my life. I'm glad I spent the time to study it.
And
No, I'm
you
glad
said
you
the
would.
creature- You said the creature pointed at the door to his right. to our left whenever he did that?
It
Was talking
doesn't
to the guy?
have any arms, but it used its
Well,
head.
no, I mean,
Yeah. So
it
to
like
its
nudged
right,
towards it.
to its right and your left are these large, like 15-foot, like ornate wooden doors, which he looked at when he said he wasn't alone entirely.
Okay, so it's the other
And
side.
the other side, your right, his left, he looked to when he seemed to be addressing the planar problem.
Hmm.
Check out the left side then. I'm gonna start walking over there.
Yeah, I'm gonna head over there as well. Kairon is going to go ahead and pull his shield back up and have his longsword and his aerial longsword.
I'm going
Creature.
to ready I think I might ready an Eldritch Blast.
I'll say to the guardian, is there anything you can tell us about what we're about to see beyond that doorway, other than, well, metal and fire, such?
As you progress, the slithering creature squeezing down into the space and appearing on the or following you into the other side. This was a defensive room. And as you approach, you come into another sort of circular room, is similar in style to the one you were just in, though it doesn't have the raised platform in the center. Um, Looking around, it looks like this place kind of looks sort of like an armory in a sense, but there is no armor, there are no weapons, there is nothing. And there are three doorways here in this room. One of which is to your left, like 90 degrees. Um, and that one, that doorway is collapsed. There's just dirt covering it. There is another one, which is whenever you enter the room, straight ahead there's a wall, but just to the left of that and just to the right of it, there are two more doorways. Um, the one to the sort of this middle doorway here. Um, I mean, all of these doorways are collapsed just to varying degrees. Uh, the middle one seems to have like a moderate um, load on it. Um, the leftmost one has like scorch marks, almost like there was fire that actually uh, created this cave in. Um, and the one ahead seems like it was kind of triggered by a trap. The one to the right, um, that seems like it was triggered by a much larger trap, um, like a bigger scale thing. Um, but all these hallways are about the same size doorways. Um, and as you look around in this space, uh, you enter this empty room and he kind of looks around. My skill set is for dealing with inquisitive mortals of this plane and extraplanar visitors.
I think I can understand him now, but I can't respond, so
Mhm.
I'll just give a shrug.
Extraplanar visitors of a different variety. These three doorways. And he looks among them. These are what I was tasked with protecting. And for centuries, I have guarded them. Now, now I am up against a threat I am not equipped to deal. This, and he shifts his head to the right. This was the defense system that came prepared in this, in case of a large-scale incursion. And it has served its purpose, but these creatures, they are more intelligent than this trap was designed for. They were held at bay for a short while, but... And he looks between the doors. They came through the Shadow Forge, and they built over the pit trap. They made their way into the laboratory. And he's pointing to the middle door as he says this. Yesterday, they broke through into the library. And he looks at the final door. In there is a creature of pure fire. Unlike the rest, it is large and destructive. I do not know how to deal with that. I was hoping that on tonight, when the seasons change, I would have my reinforcements. But you have come early. Unexpected, but welcome. So I ask, would you help me deal with this threat?
Is it for us?
Make a persuasion check.
Just give us the gold. Da, da, da.
The gold? Dot, dot.
That is a 22.
Okay. This place is of great value. Though many have forgotten it with time, I have guarded all the same. I guard the dead. I guard weapons of ancient past. I guard research. I guard the Shadow Forge. He
Does anyone know what the
sits up to a large
saddle forge is?
Would I know what that is?
Does anyone know what that is?
I don't think
Does
anyone
Hal
here
know
would.
what that is?
I would say the only person here that might actually know what it is would be Luca, if anyone.
Perhaps,
accurate.
maybe.
That would be a history check kind of thing.
One other thing too, this Naga, this creature, is wearing an amulet around its neck. And it's you know, on this chain, and how it's actually held up is a bit hard to figure out, but it seems to be wearing something. Should you aid me? I have failed enough. Perhaps one of these items might be best in new hands. Or if it is gold that you want, that perhaps I can provide. Either way, you would be taking from the dead.
You know, I've done
His head like swivels to you with just
I've done worse. I
Also, somebody
mean,
is translating, right?
No, I comprehend languages, so I can probably tell you what
So
he's saying.
everyone
I've kind
except
of been
Kairon.
giving you the cliff
I'll-
notes of everything has been saying.
I will
So
be-
yes, I
I'll be
have been
translating.
translating.
I'll be translating word for word because I have comprehend languages, so it'll be
I
the
mean, I
idea
do
of what
too,
he's
but I've
saying.
kind of just been giving the cliff notes up until this point. I mean, I've done worse. Not
So
gonna lie.
So I got this sword.
Stealing from the dead is not something I am interested in doing. But
I mean,
If-
that's how I got Martin.
if the creature is willing to allow us access to this research it is talking about, could be very beneficial, and we wouldn't necessarily be taking said information. We would just be using it as well.
That's true. You have a point there.
The weapons of old heroes shouldn't rust.
What was that?
I think if we find equipment here, we should take it. The weapons of old heroes,
I would
legends
actually like to
shouldn't
see.
be allowed to rust away.
Breathe new life into these items. Give them a second chance.
I do agree. I would actually very much like to see whatever weapons it is
Being
talking-
offered.
I hope they have
I
something for
wouldn't
me.
necessarily want to take them outright. Just to see.
I want to see what they are. I want to see what there is.
We need to help defend this place first. We can't just do
Yes.
that.
No
Yes,
shit.
of course.
No
I'm
shit.
not gonna leave the tomb of the founders just to be destroyed.
Yeah, no.
I guess my guess is it's some sort of fire elemental.
Maybe, but
We'll see.
would it be
I'll roll
Arcana check to know anything? To see if I know anything at all?
Instead of being a pure fire, that's my
you
guess.
can make an Arcana check, yes. And
Would it be
Kairon, you can as
Arcana?
well.
I would actually like to roll a history check.
History. Oh, okay.
I think
Yeah,
it
sure.
adds up for playing
Yeah, why not?
guardian stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make an Arcana check to see if I
It's
know
the same
what we're
modifier.
using.
That's a 16 plus 3, so 19.
As a
Okay.
23.
That's why I chose history, because I've got a plus 3, and I think I might know a little bit more about it from that perspective.
Yeah, as always, you can
Maybe.
ask for a different like skill. You get different information based on it, but like if it's better for you, go
I
for
rolled
it.
a 23 on Arcana.
Okay. Both of you recognize this description, despite being this vague. As far as elementals go, it's relatively like straightforward to try to piece it together. Chiron, you've recognized this because honestly, people of Viculus Ignis have probably had trade relations with the creatures being spoke of. This is probably something that has happened in your city's past, and as a matter of fact, you may have even, maybe not you personally, but definitely on the fire plane side, interaction with these type of creatures wouldn't be unheard of. Timeros, you recognize this as something from your studies. This otherworldly knowledge of all things, if you will, that you've been trained to process. You recognize these types of creatures. These are Azers. They're dwarf-like in appearance, with skin made of bronze, metallic, maybe bronze, some sort of metal alloy. It's a little complicated, but they have features of fire, which appears in the form of like a beard and hair. And frankly, I can just show you. This is what's been described to you.
Okay. I'm gonna relay that to everyone else.
Well, they sound pleasant.
And it is dwarf size?
Yep,
Yeah.
it would be a medium creature.
What are they called
Um,
again?
Azer.
Azer. So we're dealing with Azers then. Okay, I've read about them back in the Cloakwood a bit.
I thought dwarves were small.
Dwarves are actually considered medium creatures just because of the like halflings are the start of small halflings and
Okay.
below.
Fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, dwarves are right on that range between.
Yeah, they're right on the cusp. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I guess we're fighting a flame person.
Ask the creature, ask the guardian. Was there only one of these bronze-coated creatures?
I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna ask. How many were there that you know of?
At first, there were none when the flames came to the Shadow Forge. Then some of those creatures came through. They began melting metal, and then they built a bridge to the lab. I do not know how many there are in there now. I can check for you. But
Yeah. Can you try and figure out how many there are? We'll try and figure out a plan. Figure out a plan as best as we can to deal with them. And we'll change it depending on how many you tell us there are.
where
Can you
should I look?
anywhere and everywhere that you think they may be? Trying to find as many as you can. Figure out how many there are here as best as possible. If you can you do that?
It will cost me to see through these barriers. But I would rather maintain my abilities if I am to aid you in your fight.
So I guess we just go in blind.
Roughly how many do you think there are?
I can check, but give me a room. There are 3 before you.
Give
The
us a
library,
laboratory.
the lab, and the shadow.
Check the Shadow Forge.
He looks around at you and then sits upright.
What's happening?
He's looking. I guess he's looking through the walls or something to look
Magic
into
vision.
the Shadow Forge to see how many there are.
His eyes glaze over with sort of white,
Oh,
white look, and he
Sounds familiar.
yeah,
seems
it
to
does.
stare off.
He's familiar.
He slightly sways back and forth, looking. I see 7 in the Shadow Forge.
Okay.
They are carrying buckets.
These are intelligent creatures. They might not want to give up.
They're taking things into the breach.
Guys, do you think we should take the Shadow Forge first with 8 of them?
There's 8 in the Shadow Forge. I mean, we might be able to take them.
Are you
I
speaking
don't.
in common or are you speaking in
Common to you, yeah.
Okay. If the Shadow Forge is where the breach is,
We
we
could
should
close
take
it
that first and close it.
and unlock
Yeah.
who's ever in here with us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No
And
reinforcements.
no more reinforcements. That would be smart.
Relay that to the creature and verify which direction we need to go to get to the Shadow Forge.
Okay. I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna relay that and ask.
The other possibility is that the library will have less, because that was the last place for them to reach.
Yeah.
He adjusts his head and points into the direction of the the farthest right passageway.
Okay.
The Shadow Forge is beyond this hall, but I warn you, it has collapsed to an extent that no man should be able to dig through it for a season. Half
Uh,
a season.
we're gonna turn to Kairon and say, well, you might get your chance to use your
That'd be
magic mold earth thingy. It's caved in.
Oh, it is the one to the left.
It's the one to the right he's looking at, referring to the Shadow Forge.
Oh, so then it's opposite. Okay. Um,
Mm.
Timaros, do you want to try to move some of the rock that is covering that entrance?
I could try, yeah.
I guess we're heading that way.
Yeah.
I assume you're casting Mold Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, how long do you want to do this for?
How long do you think that? Probably about a quarter way, and then see how I feel, and then keep
Quarter
going.
of the way. That's kind of general. We'll
I don't know.
say you spend about 5 minutes pulling
Okay.
rubble coming out towards your direction, and actually you do start flattening it, and the Naga does have a somewhat surprised look on his face, seeing your efficiency in actually uh, excavating this space. Um, he kind of looks in. You see this hallway at this point. You're clearing and clearing and clearing, and after a certain point, you get about 5 minutes. I'd say you maybe get like 20 feet down this hallway cleared out of walkway.
Okay.
And it does seem like there's still more beyond this point.
I'm gonna
Um,
turn to Chiron and ask him if he knows if these things does fire not hurt them, does water hurt them, or like
As far as... Well, hang on. Let me just roll up.
I'm trying to get to
Would that
figure
be
out if they have
another...
fire immunity or something.
I guess I'll roll another history check then. Or no, this would be what would this be?
it would be Arcana.
Arcana? Okay.
Yeah.
I
See
guess I could
creature from
also
another
ask.
plane.
I could also probably ask Timaros too. But
That is an 11.
Would I know what they're weak against?
Um, Actually, Tamaros, you would. Um, Between the two of you, it's relatively safe to say they are at the very least immune to fire.
do they
Um,
not like water?
that is a bit obscure. It's hard to tell. Um, some elementals have a poor reaction to water, but some it depends on how strong the flame is, I guess. I don't know. It's a different type of it's complicated. Um
Because I picked the right
Tamaris,
spell in that case.
Yeah.
Tamaris, you get the sense that a metal body seems to be protective. Um they might not be as harmed by water as other types of fire elementals would be. Um,
Dang.
Continuing to clear
All right.
this out, since time is ticking along, you do clear another 10 feet. And at this point, the Naga seems kind of impressed, and he kind of leans in. Well, then, I suppose you might actually get there within the next 15 minutes, half an hour.
Lord.
I am surprised.
Okay, so he says it's gonna take 15, half an hour.
Okay. Out of character, how loud is this? The
It's
moving of
at this point, if you're just like plowing into it at full speed, it's going to be kind of loud. I mean, you're literally throwing stones out, but like it's kind of dense enough of a cave in to the point where you're pretty sure sound isn't reaching the other side at this point. If you want to be gentler with it, it'll go slower, but you can be quieter.
Kairon's gonna look over at Thorn at Timeros and be like, in about, I don't know, 10 minutes or so, try to slow it down. We don't want to alert them to our presence too early.
You pushing along. Okay. Well,
Wait, can I get the name of this thing one more time?
Naga?
No, the fire.
it's
Oh,
an Azer, but if you're looking that up, I would ask you not to.
No, I'm writing it down.
Then go for that. Notes are worth it. So we've reached an interesting point here. Because you're headed straight for the Shadow Forge, and there are a good amount of them, we essentially we're at an interesting point here. It is 8:30, and session is supposed to end at 9:30. We've been ending closer to 9 typically, but I'm not sure we can get a full combat like this out
And we are
by the
missing
end of
Hal.
the night. And we are missing Hal, but if you'd like to play him again.
and this is
Uh,
honestly, I mean, if we end the session right here before we break through the cave, it's, in my opinion, that's a pretty good place to stop it until next time.
Dude, we could take a short rest.
Oh shit! You're going invisible.
It's just a short rest we can take, right?
I'll just start. Yeah, I mean, I can just dig. I have a pickaxe.
That would be very loud. If it comes down to it, I could do it because I can do this for uh I think it's only for a minute, so
30 feet, though, right?
yeah, a minute for 30 feet, yeah.
Again, I said it was like 30 feet deep, so. I mean, I'm cool to call it there. We can wait for Zombie to get back and then have an actual combat.
Yeah.
Sounds good with me. I mean,
Interesting.
Yeah, sounds good to me too.
if everybody wants to take a short rest while we're like and just wait for like 15 minutes before we go in.
Well, a short rest is supposed to be an hour, but I let it be 30 minutes to an hour.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. I
so-
don't know why I thought 15 minutes.
Sure, that would be a real short rest.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you guys want to do that, by all means, go
Yeah.
for it.
I think we should.
Doesn't really do much for me, but
It does a good amount for me.
Yeah. Actually, does nothing for me.
Is there anything else that you guys are doing in this time? Look, I mean, if you're gonna spend half an hour, like,
Got really nothing.
I'm probably gonna work a bit on a potion because I know I was working on one.
you weren't because you were rowing.
No, not on the ship. Wasn't I working on one before? I was working on one at some point recently that I never finished. I remember.
I'm sure you always finish them, but in any case, a short rest is going to be a bit too short to actually pull that off.
Well, I was just okay. Let's just out
But
the
yeah.
process of one.
I guess
Oh.
during Kairon's short rest, he's just going to take the longsword and use the soapstone on the longsword to make it a little bit sharper again.
Okay, it is ancient, and it is very hard to sharpen because it repels the stone. Yeah.
And I guess he'll do it on the halberd of heroism then.
Okay. Um,
Just takes the stone and
So we're taking a short
it's not
rest.
working. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like
And
to take
I
a short
guess
rest
that's
and
where
yes.
we'll. So I'm guessing that's where we'll call it for tonight then.
I guess
Yeah,
so.
unless you guys have anything you want to do before the end of the night, and we can pick up our next session.
I
starting with
don't
that.
have much, really. I can't change anything during a short rest other than my proficiency.
Kairon would actually like to get Timeros or anyone that's not busy that speaks a language that the Naga speaks, and have a short conversation with it, or with him, or with the Guardian.
I can
Yeah.
do it. What's up? What's up?
Kairon's just gonna be like, can you ask this creature a few questions for me? I want to know what plane guardians this creature remembers, whether it remembers Pyros or another deity.
I got a question, Guardian.
Yes.
What fire
Check.
plane Guardian do you remember? Do you know Pyros or a different one?
I do not know of a Pyros.
What Flame Guardian do you know?
Yes.
Let's see. Let me check this real quick. Whoops. I am locked out of that. Oops.
Good job.
Good job, me. Yay. I should really just have it on the yeah, here. Sorry.
Yeah.
In response, I guess it would respond there's I gotta pull this up. Bear with me.
He's got a bear with him?
God dang it.
Nope, I don't. Okay. Guardian I know. The only guardian I know is the one shown in the projection room. I do not know his name, only his appearance.
So you don't know any of the plane Guardians at all?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna relay that back to Chiron. I'm just gonna turn back the creature real quick and go, hey, I may have a few more questions for you. And then turn back to Chiron.
Ask the creature During its time guarding, have there ever been any other plane guardians
Okay.
like here?
That's good.
You see, it furrows its brow, going through centuries past. In this place, no. But when Leah formed the Arkan Forge, the Plane Guardians. No. And then you see it like pulls back and recoils for a second. No, this was the Shadow Forge. Yes. Yes, I recall now. There was. Yeah.
Remember.
Hmm?
What do you remember?
The Shadow Forge touches on types of magics that I'm sure have been lost to your generation. It is not my place to say.
Do you know what type of magic this is?
Shadow magic.
Interesting. What can you tell me about this shadow magic? I'm also going to be relaying this back to Kairon as it's going on.
Forge is powered by condensed energy drawn from another plane of existence. Through the help of plane guardians, the rings that held the shadow at bay were forged, the glyphs written in languages not even I know. But those rings, they stop shadow from spreading into this world. And the Azers, if that is what they are called,
Yeah.
they have been melting them down.
Which isn't good. So they've been melting these rings down.
Yes.
That's not good.
That strong connection to the fire plane explains how they were able to open a breach from the other side.
Yeah.
Hmm. Even if we close the breach, going to have to eventually figure out a way to either change or rechannel this dark magic to another direction. That way they can't open another breach. Otherwise, they'll just do it again.
Again, and again, yeah.
Relay that creature for me.
Yeah, and I'll do that.
Processing this. The rings hold a volatile space inside, but they also repel a bleeding force outside.
Yeah.
I do not claim to know everything about the planes, but much like the Feywild. And he turns to Luca. The Shadowfell bleeds into this world. Whereas your elemental planes, and he looks between the two of you, have farther to reach. They form points in space where they crack through.
Yeah.
These planes, he looks to Luca again. They are dark mirrors, light mirrors, reflections of this plane. And in their closeness, they bleed. One cannot simply seal, breach the Feywild or the Shadowfell in such a way, but the Forge was designed to take away that ambient energy, to bring it into one space, and for a long time dispel it. However, modifications were made to forge a great weapon. And he turns back to another place down the hall, looking far, seemingly lost in thought for a second before returning back to you.
Kind of weapon.
The Shadow Blade.
This. Interesting. Okay.
Great. So we're dealing with the Underdark and the Darksaber. Great.
And more the Shadowfell is different. The Shadowfell is like what the fire plane is the Avarice hell. What
Yeah.
like Underdark is to
Avernus.
Shadow. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want the dark saber. I will generously take this person.
Is there a
weapon off your
dark
hands.
staff? Like a dark tree, dark sword, dark staff, dark shield, Holy Trinity.
Can you ask him who was it that made this dark blade? Who
It is
made
from.
those
I
modifications?
have a different question. Could I just
So I will not
use
translate.
comprehend languages and on Kairon?
I think it's on myself.
Is it
Is it
self-touch?
on?
I think it's only
Oh,
self,
it's self. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dumb as hell.
All right. I'm gonna relay that question then.
There's a spell that lets you do it in groups, but it's a different spell.
Is it ritual?
Second level?
It's called tongues.
He looks to you. It was forged by the jealous sister. It is not my place to say such things. She left a riddle behind. Should one be worthy enough, know her well enough to draw it, it is theirs.
What's the riddle?
He turns his head to another room.
All right, we'll go in there later. All right, that's not the time.
Where's Duna been in all of this too?
Swimming in money.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
While you guys have been off doing that, he has actually been kind of like pulling some into a bag. You hear his
I'm actually kind of surprised that as soon as the creature hears any sound of like coins rustling, it just
Yeah, me too.
darts back into the other room.
He's being very careful. You can probably only hear this right now as he steps into the room with his pants just weighed down and clanging just loudly audible. This is turn of the head. And Elvish is. We said we could take money, right? So I'm just getting started early. If I'm going to die, I will die with money on me. I will not be a broke man. Yes,
I mean, I speak
Is
Elvish,
this
so
an Elvish or common? So
Elvish.
yeah, I don't know. I don't speak Elvish. I'll just
Wait,
shrug at him.
but the creature understands Elvish too.
Yeah.
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 He didn't speak in the one language that the creature doesn't know.
is somewhat amused look. Let's have a persuasion check for dude. Oh, let's give the man a chance. Holy shit! The Naga nods.
Like, just like respect.
I have failed enough. What are a few more coins?
Really wish I spoke a language that it understood.
Yeah, me and
Yeah.
you both, man. Like comprehend languages, I can't speak back, but I can.
You can understand at least.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get that spell. And you could.
For a while, it only spoke Sylvan, but seems to have picked up Elvish with time.
Need that spell.
All right. Well, if you're interested in that riddle, we can spend some of the night on that, or we can just call the session here.
I mean, Theo probably would be, but I'm not gonna make everyone stay up for me trying to solve a riddle. That's gonna take me like an hour.
I say we should go to it after this whole fight, though, just in case there are people in there.
Yeah, I would say after this fight's probably gonna
Oh yeah.
Also, if I die, I don't have to worry about the riddle.
He was looking into another direction, not one of the three rooms that you guys were presented
Okay.
with.
Theo definitely would accept any magical weapons he can get a hand on, but
I don't think this is just the kind of magical weapon you just get handed, so...
no, this is like to solve a task, but.
Okay,
It might
well,
help us in this fight.
That's fair. It could help. I don't want to make everyone wait around while I try to figure out a riddle and then fail. 'Cause I'm dumb.
The thing is, still though, if there are people in there, it's going to be a bad move.
It's in another direction, so there won't be any people in there.
Oh,
But
that's true.
Kairon isn't all that interested in going to solve a riddle currently, so Kairon would still stay where he's at.
Theo would want to check it out because he's greedy and wants a weapon.
if you'd rather like do that instead of take a short rest, you
Sure,
can wander
I have
through
no
the
need
halls.
to take. I have no need to take a short rest.
I don't need to take one either. And riddle sounds
Okay.
fun, and powerful sword sounds fun. So
Yeah.
let's do that.
Okay, so I guess while you two are taking a short rest and talking with the Naga, you go to the direction that he pointed. Going back down that hall you came to earlier, there's this central room with all the coins piled up in this center bit. The large doors, and then, well, the door you first came through on your left now, and on your right is another long hallway that leads to another circular room. And this circular room seems to be the general direction he was facing.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and hit the bed so I can get up early in the morning. So
Honestly, yeah, that's cool at this point. It's
Yeah.
going to be a little complicated. So
Yeah, I'm probably going to go to bed too because I do have shit to do early in the morning.
I look forward to
that's
seeing if somebody got the magical sword. I really look forward to this. So
okay.
I would
And
like to
then
hear about it.
next week, we'll be back.
Yeah.
next Wednesday or Monday?
That's a
I
good
guess we can
question.
determine that later, but
It's kind of up to
Yeah.
zombie, not me. I'm free both days, but it's kind of up to zombie.
Schedules,
Same.
there is a calendar. Please fill out that calendar with current information. We can find some time that works then.
Mine already is. Hey, Elsie, look in chat.
Okay, give me a second. I have a Jesus. I
What happened?
Go look in chat.
I didn't have the chat open because my internet sucks.
I just bought like 9 pieces.
Nice.
I'm at 920 now, so I can
Oh.
buy another piece in a minute. We're going. +3 for a resub.
you a mad lad.
well, hey, I'll talk
Okay.
to you guys. I'll talk to you guys later. Y'all have fun.
Peace out.
Yeah, see you.
All right. Until next time. Peace.
Peace.
See ya.
All right. No, it's
All
just
right. I
just
just
us.
want to use the rest of the session time. I feel terrible ending like a full hour early, and like you're right, this could help you. Okay. So you approach a leave. You approach another room. This one is perhaps a little smaller than the room that you first entered in this particular segment of our dungeon. Beyond the secret door, I should specify. As you step into this room, you notice immediately what our Naga friend here has referenced. In the center of the room, there is a structure. There are 3 carved stone bases. The bottom is the largest. Then there's one on top of it that's a little smaller, and one on top of that that's even smaller. And at the very top of it, you can see the hilt of some sort of object. It's silver and has a red gem that you can see actually protruding from it, and it has a nice sort of curved handguard. The stone pillars themselves actually have text on them. And Evan, I'm going to send you what that text is.
Oh,
Oh,
boy.
now he's got an unfair advantage in this riddle.
Alright. This is how we'll make it a game. I'll share the text with you as is.
Okay.
And I'll give you the first attempt, and we'll go back and forth.
Okay. I don't speak the language, so we can get. I mean, if we can get the riddle to common English, then that'll be fair.
Yeah.
There you go. And I made sure to leave you space
I-
to be able to translate.
I appreciate your sportsmanship.
This will be a fun game.
So the top 2 right there are all it encircles a one of these rings, and then there's a space, and the ring below it has those glyphs encircling it.
I can still cast comprehend languages too, so technically I can still read it.
Actually, yeah, you can, and then you can actually read it.
Yeah, and I still have that up because that lasts a while.
Yeah. I can give you the actual translation of this right off the
Perfect.
bat.
Look at that. Yeah, it lasts an hour.
In that case, it'll be we'll make this a race then.
You have to translate it though. So I'm gonna wait for you, or
What's that?
you said you have to translate.
I
I could just tell it.
I thought he was going to send you the.
I can send both of you the actual translation of this if you guys want. Evan, if you want to actually translate it.
I don't know how the translating thing works. No, wait for you to finish translating that, so it's fair.
Yeah.
Or I'll make one attempt and then I'll wait to.
Or I can just give you guys. I can give you the code for this.
I mean, it could.
It's kind of like
It's up to you.
I'm gonna give you the
it's like
code.
a codex spell.
Okay.
I can just go ahead and translate it. That's fine. It'll take a second.
For the short term, I'm gonna throw this into your character tab, but don't save it because you don't have permanent access to it.
Can always delete it later.
Yep.
Jeez. Okay, and then what does the actual text say?
That would be in players only chat.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah. I just don't know why this
This
took
is
so long to
pain.
video.
Yeah, this is pain.
It's fun, but oh man, it burns
I'm
time.
dysgraphic, boys.
Oh, rip.
Just thought I'd make languages more interesting.
I am based. That's not what it says.
I'm interested to see how your progress is on this. And for stream, I suppose I need to show this as
Riveting.
well.
Yeah, riveting footage. Okay. So open up MS Paint.
Pulling that away. I should also say that this room that you're in actually has 5 doors as well.
It's a lot of doors.
There's one straight across the way. Oh no, sorry. It's actually 6 doors. The one you came through, one across from that. There's 2 more on either side. It is also nicely decorated. Just a nice rug. But you do also see a couple strange things in here as well. There are a couple bodies in this room.
Probably people that
But
have tried to take the sword.
but they're not actually bodies at this point. Like, there's armor and weapons, but you don't actually see a body. And they're
I don't know
just
if that's
scattered on the
supposed
floor
to
like
be.
that.
I think that's supposed to be an A. I'm gonna be so bad at this. You aren't even ready.
Yeah, we can compare notes.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think I've got like the first 2 words.
The more you type, the more you're familiar with the symbols, the faster it gets.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what's supposed to be like the second letter of the 3rd word. I'm trying to figure out what that letter is. Key.
Second letter of the 3rd word. I think that's L. No,
L.
second letter is an E.
An E.
Second letter.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Going to remove an account from this real quick.
The D's are the ones that give me the most trouble.
The D.
Yeah. Also, they look kind of like swastikas.
Which one's the D's?
A little bit.
A little bit, but
A
like
little bit. That is right. Just a riddle.
I think I finished like the first line. I'm flying through this.
I'm done.
I think I got the first line, and that's like it.
Right. So you have the top smallest ring down.
Oh,
Is
there's
that
two
right?
more of these?
So the top two lines are one. The middle two lines are another, and then the
Right.
last like three lines on this at the bottom.
So the first two lines is the top
Yeah, the top cylinder.
ring.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I have them all translated then.
Oh wow! Holy shit! Huh, okay.
Fast.
All right, I see you.
I fell into a groove.
I'm not gonna be good at this.
Respect.
Respec into what?
New subclass.
Yeah, this is gonna take me a while.
Okay. Is there anything else in the room here?
Yes, in this room, again there's armor and weapons on the ground that are just like they look like they look like just like they're positioned like along the ground as if they just kind of like someone wearing it fell and there's nothing inside. And again, there's four doors here. There's a nice rug, as well. That's sort of like a placemat, like a mat. Uh, whatever. It's a rug, you know. Welcome, like you're not welcome, you know. Um.
Does it really tie the room
Oh
together?
shit! Hold on. I lost my audio.
Really ties the room together, yeah.
He didn't hear it. Oh well, that's fine. It was just a meme.
No, he did. Just for me.
Can't hear a word, and I'm so sad.
Uh, could you take a second to describe uh how, like, if there's a mechanism around the sword and specifically where the bodies on the floor are?
Okay.
How they lose armor?
So the make an investigation check.
Certainly.
I yeah.
Ooh, that was a good roll. 24.
Oh shit. Okay. You actually catch something along um the edges of these rings, these cylinders that are just kind of building upwards towards this top point. You see there are arcane runes sketched in and sort of like you can definitely identify that this is a trap and it will be triggered. Specifically looking at the blade itself, at that top area, you're able to identify that there's some of the roots that if this blade is pulled, it will produce a magical effect of some sort. Uh, so this is definitely warded.
What is that? Okay, that looks like the swastika, but I don't know if it's the C or D.
And then
Where's D?
is there anything on the pedestal that would
Sorry.
is there anything on the pedestal that would be like, this is how you answer, like, uh suggest how to answer the riddle, like, in what format to present the answer?
Um, The text is in Sylvan. There doesn't appear to be any like again. There's
There's no
there's a lot of
text
arcane
beside it?
runes. What?
Okay. There's no text beside the Sylvan. There's just runes.
Yeah, runes. They would kind of be based in Sylvan. This would be Elven magic. I'd say with a successful Arcana check, you'd be able to
I still
discern.
take magic up. Does it tell me what kind of thing?
Oh shit! Yeah, you would have been able to detect those runes before anything. Um, yeah. Some of these are spell glyphs. Um, yeah. I don't know if it would tell you what type.
It tells me the school of magic.
I'll tell you the school of magic. I will get you that right now. I want to make sure I get this correct. Um,
Okay. Third line complete onto line number 4.
Nice.
transmutation.
Transmutation. So it turns things into other things. Okay, I can fill in some of the blanks, I think, of what words are.
Technically, these are spell glyphs, so I don't know if it would just tell you what a spell glyph would be, or if it would tell you what's actually stored in the glyph.
Okay, fourth line done, onto the final 3 lines. Oh, shit.
Technically, a spell glyph like that would be abjuration, but it's storing a spell, so you get abjuration and transmutation.
Okay, it's probably like a lift of warding with edge. Yeah.
Okay. So
W.
Spell glyphs
I
are
am
powerful.
moving I am moving faster.
It's pretty cool, right?
It's hurting my brain.
you start to figure out, okay, this is what this.
Well, I can start to fill in the blanks of what words are supposed to mean. I got the second group really quickly. I'm just very smooth brain.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, actually, you know what? With that investigation check as well, there's like a hint of space around like part of the cylinder, just like ever so slightly, like hint of it. Um, and it sort of gives you the idea that these cylinders might be able to retract.
I don't know what this letter is.
Retract. Okay.
Oh, got it.
You mean like retract into the pedestal to reveal more of the blade?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm starting to understand.
Like he's beginning to believe, but
This is Neo moment.
I can spell out U instantly. Crazy.
And you've got the IMs down.
I got the IMs, got the U's. I think Theo should learn Sylvan from this. That would be a reward in itself.
this isn't even Sylvan. This is Esperar. It's ancient Elven script made to actually like translate Sylvan into writing. So it's
Okay. And you. What is that?
you guys thinking.
I'm almost done. I'm on the last line. I might know, but
Yeah, you finished translating. Now you have to figure out what it means.
yeah, now I gotta figure out what it all means. But you can share notes if you want to share what it means. But give me 1 sec. I got 2 more letters. Okay, I think I got it all. I think I got it all. Do you want to share what you translated?
Yeah.
Uh,
So the first line is, I am belonging to the first blade of Téagartha.
okay, that's what I got.
The second is, I am darkness, born of light.
Got that too. Let's go.
The third is, I am what you have when you cannot have.
I got it all. I got it all.
I'm just gonna
Pain.
have it up. Long overdue.
Okay,
Raise
I belong to the first blade of Téagartha. I am darkness born of light. I'm what you have when you cannot have. I might know the answer, but
Alright.
I'll let you beat me to it so you can have the first guess.
Okay. I am belonging to the first blade of Téagartha, would be the founders. In this case, this blade belongs to Mala, which was already hinted at by the Guardian. I am darkness born of light. That's shadow. I am what you
Think so.
have when you cannot have. Is envy.
Which language are you saying this in?
You can do it in both because
Uh,
that I think you're right. I would have gotten 2 of those. I don't think I would have gotten Mala.
Um, well, I wouldn't expect this to do anything if I said the answer's in common. So if I said it in Sylvan, the pedestal might actuate if it
Yeah,
responded to Sylvan.
Say again?
It
Sylvan is what I said.
if I said this in
Your
Sylvan,
answers.
I would say this in Sylvan because I would expect it to do something. If I said it in Sylvan or Elvish, it probably wouldn't respond to anything else.
So your answers were?
Uh, the first answer would be the founder Mala. The second is shadow, and the third is jealousy or envy.
As you say Shadow and Sylvan, you watch the middle cylinder shifts and lowers down. And it becomes flat with that lower cylinder. The top cylinder remains in place. As you say envy, the bottom cylinder shifts and sinks down to the ground. This blade was exposed a third, now 2/3, and now that last ring remains
In the middle,
in the middle. Or
I would imagine.
the top ring.
I,
Or the
I think
top.
so. So it wasn't Shadow then, I guess.
No, it was
Uh,
Shadow.
It was
It's the
shadow.
top
Oh,
one that didn't sink.
the
I'm
first blade of Téagartha. My knowledge of the founders is pretty limited. Who was the first swordsman? Dren.
Dre used a
Dre was not a swordsman.
she used a not a falchion. Um, it was the sword though, or
But it
was it
doesn't say the first user. It says I belong to the first blade.
the first blade of Téagartha?
Is there like a famous blade? Like, because like I have a nice blade, but and it has a name.
I am belonging to the first blade of Téagartha.
Or I could just say like hilt, or like the gem, or
Hmm.
first blade of Jakarta. I don't know that much about Jakarta history.
So,
Flail or falchion is a blade. You said that, or did you say
it's
flail?
but it's not it's not a falchion. That's not what I was trying to think of. It's whatever
Schmagtar,
Hal uses.
mace, flail,
Rapier,
rapier.
Rapier.
which is the same type of weapon that this is.
Okay.
This is also a rapier.
Correct.
So is this Drez rapier?
I mean, I said the name out loud, so I don't think anything happened, but
I guess not. Oh, but there was a name of that rapier had a name.
that's what I'm saying. Is that rapier have a name?
It does, and I know the name of it, but I can't remember it out of character. So you mentioned it. You mentioned it. You said it somewhere. Where is it? Where is it?
I have a way to find out if this blade has a name. Cast identify. Tell me its name, maybe.
Shoot, I don't recall. And I thought you had sent it, but you didn't.
Just I don't know any Sylvan, so I can't really help you. Could say like a guardian because that seems appropriate. I doubt it's his name, but
I am belonging to the first blade of Téagartha. Okay. Mm,
really I don't know how I could help you. I got the other view, Shadow, and then Envy makes sense. But you said though, I don't know anything about Dakota history.
I am belonging to the first blade of Téagartha. Hmm. Could I make a history check and try to remember the name of that rapier?
Yeah.
Okay.
History or Arcana, whatever you prefer.
I think I have the same modifier for both.
Good.
Yeah, they're both intelligence.
Hunt through the recordings and track
Ah,
it down.
20. I got a 20 on dirty 20. Dirty 20.
Okay. You do remember the weapon of dread, and it looks remarkably similar to this one. As a matter of fact, this is almost identical. So Dre's weapon, Weave Tracer, carried a golden color to it.
Oh yeah,
This
Hal
is
mentioned that.
a shining silver.
So that was Weave Tracer.
You notice this has like a cracked gem in the spot where Weave Tracer's gem would be.
Mhm.
It's like cracked about halfway. And this is a red gem, whereas Weave Tracer's is blue. Just describing the rapier a little bit.
Hmm. So it's the complement to Weave Tracer.
It's a what? You said
It's a
copy or cousin?
complement. It's a complement. That's what I think. Hmm.
What's like what's an opposite or common to weave tracer? You say like shadow tracer, shadow weaver, weave,
Weave
shadow.
piercer.
Weave. Yeah, it's a rapier.
Hmm.
I mean, they called it the dark blade earlier.
I think that was a reference to something that I haven't seen. I don't know.
The
Or
Naga
the
referred to
blade.
it as Shadow Blade.
Shadow Blade?
Yeah, shadow blade.
We just tried saying that in Sylvan.
You say it. No response. The middle cylinder lets out a little shift again, but it's not actually like
Is
doing
that
anything.
a shrug?
Hmm.
Yeah, it's already down. So it's just
Shadow
that top cylinder.
tracer.
What was that?
Shadow tracer. Shadow feller.
Going a different direction here. Belonging to the first blade of Téagartha. Kind of dumb, but I'll try saying loyalty or loyal in Sylvan.
What was it?
Loyal? Yeah, didn't think so.
No response.
Weave piercer. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna get this. I don't know any of the names of blades.
The first blade.
Primera.
See, Anna?
Doesn't do anything.
Primavera.
So saying Mala didn't do anything, even though it's her blade, supposedly. Just walk through the founders.
We had a list.
Moa, Ova, Leah, Kuno,
What was that? You say
Kuno?
Duno and Baja.
No, I said Kuno and Val.
Oh. No.
Yes, Baja, the secret founder.
Yeah.
He's
That
been
makes
getting
sense.
Car. Soon.
Quirrell.
Quirrell.
And it's shit. No.
Never forget.
One's the first blade.
It does not seem to be responding to any of the founders' names.
Okay. It's a compliment to the Weave Piercer. Weave
Tracer.
Weave Tracer.
Yeah.
So this isn't like Shadow Tracer or like.
As you say that, it gives a hint of a sound, but nothing that.
Well, I don't know if it's Shadow or Tracer that moved at.
No.
Dark Tracer. Darkness Tracer.
Wait,
No Piercer, the hit movie. Shadow Tracer.
What was that again, Evan? You're
What
real
did
low.
it move at? It said move. You said it moved at Weave Piercer.
No.
Weave Tracer.
It moved when you. It didn't move at all, but there was something shifted when you said Weave Tracer.
Okay.
I said Weave Tracer, not Shadow Tracer. Okay.
That's when Luca said it.
In Sylvan, probably. Say like Shadow Tracer in Sylvan, I guess.
Okay.
So that's something to do with shadows.
Yeah. Just Was anything happen when I say Shadow Piercer and Sylvan?
Shadow Tracer, like
Shadow
the other sword.
Tracer. But Weave Tracer, it made a sound.
Yeah, that's the other one that is, right?
You catch just the faintest hint of movement before it like slides back.
So maybe that's close. So one of those words is close.
Shadow Tracer?
Nothing.
Shadow
Piercer?
Nothing.
Shadow Bringer. I can't speak Sylvan, but
Hmm.
I feel like Shadowbringer is a dope name for a sword.
Weave Tracer.
Shifts again a little bit. Returns back.
Such a tease.
What if we just say it a bunch of times? Like
If we look, all right. Obviously, none of these people had it right because
they're all dead.
and the pedestal wasn't in the right position.
Let's also bridge the blow.
Let's see, is there anything else in the room? Like anything at all?
Yeah, there's 4 other doorways. Actually, 5 other doorways, 6 including the one you came through. So,
Oh,
yeah, there's a lot of other doors,
so we
as
can
well
move
as
around
a
now.
rug, some armor. Let me actually.
All right, we're moving the rug. The rug is getting moved.
No, we really tied the room together.
All right. You are touching the rug.
I don't like that he said that.
Yeah.
It's a
And you
great
do,
rug.
and it moves.
Fuck you. It's a rug of smothering.
It's a
And
rug.
it moves into attack of position.
There's nothing under the rug. It was just a rug. This is a classic
Nope.
display of misdirect.
It's the side that it's on though. There is a sort of like hallway-ish segment, and you kind of look down it, and there's just a doorway and collapsed rock.
Okay.
Um,
Uh,
You can
I'll
try the other rooms,
yeah. I want to
but
let's let a torch and look at the other rooms.
okay. I'm just gonna ignite my sword.
Oh, yeah, that works too.
yeah. Which one would you which ones do you want to look at here? There's we'll use the entryway you came through as the base point. There are 2 on your left, 2 on your right, and then straight across was the one where the rug was.
Is there anything that differentiates the room without
Um,
walking into them?
yeah, actually, a little bit. The one to the near right of the entryway you came through is just collapsed stone with scorch marks, similar to the one that the Naga said it brought down on its own. Um, uh, one of these rooms on the one on the right side looks like it was more hastily made, a little less like this whole chamber here that you're in looks pretty pretty well decorated and well made. You could probably actually pull some of the decorations from here and get like a decent amount of cash for it. Um, but that particular door to the right over there doesn't. Like it looks like it was rushed in comparison to everything else here. Um, the uh the far left um looks like it's probably the oldest door in this place. Um, and it's probably seen a good amount of use in its day, but it has not been used in a very long time.
We're going
Neither
for the
has
first blade. We're going for the first blade. Maybe check the oldest door. All
Worth a
right, I'm
shot.
trying to open the door.
Okay. Pushing it open, you look inside to. Uh, why is it? No, a room, like like a bedroom. There's a bed in here, and it's like a living space. Probably just like a ton of dust. This has not been lived in, I don't even know. Does dust decompose? I'm pretty sure dust decomposes. It's like it's dead, but like, I mean, if we're talking over the span of literal centuries, I feel like that's not. I'm
Yeah,
going on a
good.
tangent here. This
Yeah.
place has not been lived in a very long time, but um, you
I
can
do have
tell
a way we could kind of cheat the riddle, but I feel like that will get us in trouble. So,
it is
What were you
really.
thinking?
well, I can touch things without touching them, and then cast the spell called Identify, and it should tell us the name of the item. But I don't want to touch it, so I could use my mage hand to do that.
Uh,
There's also
But
like a very very small chance that you actually answered this, and I just couldn't hear Evan well enough.
um, shit, I
okay.
can tell you pretty much what I said to him, but
Yeah.
It's At this point, it's more about what Evan has said.
We just did a bunch of variations of like Shadow Piercer and
Shadow Weaver,
Weave Piercer and
None
yeah.
of that had any effect.
Shadow Weaver was one. Um, we had a lot.
Shadow Tracer.
What was
Yeah.
that?
Shadow Tracer.
Nope, no effect.
I feel like we're close.
It's got Shadow's part of it.
Shadow's definitely got to be part
Wait,
because
wait,
it's
Shadow Weaver.
Shadow the Hedgehog, uh,
No effect.
Shadow Weaver, Shadow Piercer, Shadow Tracer.
At this point, I'm just gonna assume, Luca, you're gonna repeat everything that the
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just two idiots shouting at a sword.
Yeah. Not the first time Theo's done this.
There's no effect yet.
I'm gonna just ask. I'm gonna ask my dagger if it knows of any other named weapons.
I
You're
have
gonna do what?
lived.
Don't worry about it.
Theo, I have been a resident of a tower. I was born, given to a woman to, uh, I don't know, gain a lich's love, and
I figured it was worth asking.
I've only seen the world through people who like stabbing people, and you would think that I would see more named weapons in that manner, but I don't recall any.
Yeah, me neither.
Of course, it would say that in a very disconnected, obscure voice, or multiple voices, I should say.
Yeah.
I did that monotone because it's late.
Yeah, we're trying to figure this out. Hal might know, but Zombie's not here, so
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
All
bust into a sick man's room yelling, "What's the name of the first blade?"
Just kicked out his door.
Kick down his door.
The blade. What's it
What
called? The blade.
what does
the
it
blade.
mean?
Might be worth it.
Hank, man.
All right, wait. We were gonna go into that room and see what's
Yes. Loot it. I mean, look for names.
in there. yeah.
Yeah, no, actually, a whole bunch of valuable stuff in here. This is
I mean, just look for anything identifying, like something like a book. Something with a
Um,
name on it.
this place had a library. I don't know how many books would be in here. Um, probably a really old mirror. Um,
Gonna
I
be
would say
occasionally yelling out names that result with shadow just from across the building.
none of them are having any effect.
uh, oh no, I haven't said anything. I'm just warning you now that I'm just if I yell at something. um,
Looking in
yeah,
this
I'm looking for any like personal effects, things that have a name or like identifying thing on them. Uh,
in here,
Shadow Dancer.
nothing.
Fuck.
Shadow Forged.
Make an investigation check. What was that?
Shadow Forged.
Nope, nothing.
That makes sense. Investigation. I should be good at this.
Yeah.
That's a 16.
And I'm looking with you.
Okay.
So you can re-roll it if you want.
Okay,
Go for advantage.
that is a 20.
Okay. You find
Thanks to you.
some valuable loot in here. Actually, checking through some of the drawers, like there's some personal effects that were put away. There's some very nice rings of the there's some gold, some silver.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
I didn't know I needed tracking cheeseburger shot in my life, but
Tracking a cheeseburger shot? What does that mean? I'm so curious. Oh, you mean from Evan?
sorry, it just made my day. Um,
I'm trying to like get out of frame to eat, and it's
I
like,
know.
It
Just landed
followed.
into you. Sorry, great. I got food here too, so it's
Computer's
um.
network turned off, but I can still roll dice.
But yeah,
Apparently.
if you do actually want to take some of the loot, I can tell you how much you would get from looting this place.
Sure, I'll just split it with Luca.
Okay. There's anything. Some of this isn't like directly like coins, but
Monetary.
like yeah, but you know, there's like a silver chamber pot that could probably be like pretty valuable. There's gems inlaid in it. It's, why the hell not?
I have lost internet in my PC apparently, so I might not be able to write this down
Who the
right
hell
now.
needs? But you know, um, yeah. So you could actually get some good cash from that. I will give you a total number on the room. Um, you are able to identify with looking around this room. This room does appear to belong to Mala.
Well, okay, that's what I was looking for mainly. But I will also take any treasure I can take because money.
Yeah, let me try and give you
I
that number.
can't connect D&D Beyond right now, so I might not be able to write it down myself, but
Mala's really big on silver, so I can give this to you in silver pieces.
there we go.
that's interesting, I suppose. Wait, I might have the D&D Beyond app on my phone. I'm gonna find out. Do not, but I have here open those on my phone.
All right, fuck it. Nope. Actually, no. That would not show up. Okay. Sorry, I got the loot table for the whole dungeon here.
Roll the 20, by the way.
On the investigation,
Yeah,
you're just looking for a clue.
I was just telling you that because I said it earlier too, but you said you were on a loot table, so just letting you know I rolled a 20. So for the good loot.
I see. I know. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. What you find that is worth stuff in here? I'll give this to you in coin value, and you can divide it
Okay.
accordingly.
Okay.
Okay. Is it all gonna be the same coin value or different coin values?
Ooh, this will be different coin values.
Okay, I'm gonna write this down then. Okay, cool.
All right. Let's start with copper. 200 copper.
Okay.
All right. Little higher number here. 4,000 silver.
Jesus Christ. 4,000 silver.
Can't know.
Wait, what?
Can't know.
Dino can't know. No one will know. How could they know? They left.
Questioning this chaotic good. Uh, 1,000 gold.
That's a lot of money.
Holy crap.
25 platinum.
25. Alright, so this is just for the two of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
You stayed late?
Okay, cool. So that should be
Let's
easy
do
to split up.
Let's-
That'll be 100 copper each, 2,000 silver each, 500 gold each. Alright, I'll tell you this again. And what's half of 25?
Yeah, we could just split.
You can take the extra one because you've solved most of the riddle.
Okay, I'll do that.
12.5. So you'll take 13. I'll take 12. No, that's 12.5. So
Yeah.
I'll take 11. You take 12. Right? That's how it works. Yeah.
No, I'd take 13. You take 12.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, there's probably some some of that's probably paintings of the founders, but old, or again, like I said, like a silver chamber pot with gems in it or stuff like that. You could probably sell that for a decent value. And since you have the bag of holding, it can go right in there and no one will know.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So 25 platinum, 500 gold. Sorry, 12 platinum. My bad. 12 platinum. 12 platinum, 500 gold, 2,000 silver, and 100 copper. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
My gold, my GP went from 12 to 1,031 in one session. Or 75. I had 75, now I have 1,031.
Damn.
I mean, you're doing this behind the Naga's back too. He's busy talking to he thinks you get help. He's
We
talking
are
to the
helping.
Guardians. Great conversation.
We are helping. We're just picking up front payment.
Look, I've got debts to settle.
I got an organization to run. Why do you have debts? You've been gone. Or is it, do you have debts because you were gone?
We'll go with that.
Or did you have debts and then disappear for 17 years and then come back?
I think I have a project that I need to pay for.
A project. Okay. Fair enough.
LC's getting worried.
I don't know what your plan is, but I like it.
I mean, at this point, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to wait until we're done. Yeah. Actually, looking around this room, you are able to find out something. There's a little bit of iconography of Weave Tracer and of this blade. You are able to figure out that the blade's name is Envy. Envy the Shadow Blade.
Envy the Shadow Blade. Interesting. So let's try saying. Try saying that in Sylvan.
Sylvan.
Say envy. Right, you already
Well,
said envy though.
We already said envy, so Shadow Blade?
Envy the Shadow Blade.
Nothing happened.
What was that? Say it again.
I just said Shadow Blade because we've already said envy.
Again, you said shadow, and the thing kind of shifts, but
Try
You
the
said-
whole. Try whole envy the Shadow Blade. Like try the whole thing.
Envy the Shadow Blade? But
well,
it does.
envy and shadow cause 2 shifts on the bottom, and this thing is like
Just blade.
Alright.
Just
Blade.
try saying.
The only thing that this upper ring has responded to was Weave Tracer.
Say Mala. You already said that, didn't you?
So
So it responded to Weave Tracer.
Yeah, when you said Weave Tracer, it shifted a little bit and then shifted back.
Envy the Shadow Blade and Weave Tracer.
okay.
All I can think of was like the Envy, like Envy Mall, but I'm just thinking of Envy Mall from the Marvel Universe.
I am. What? Oh, were you showing me the thing again?
Yeah.
I was just putting this up to stream,
Okay.
but if you want to look at it, I mean,
I
by all means.
I
Alright,
am
I'm-
belonging to the
the
first.
first
Oh, yeah, put it
blade.
back up. Put it back up. I'm transcribing again.
I need a visual.
I closed out
Enhance.
of the original.
You can just read it now, just straight up. Just
Yeah, just translate.
Yeah, I can.
okay, cool, got it.
I am
Thanks.
belonging to the first.
Well, what was the first blade of Téagartha? Like, what's the like? Maybe this isn't the first blade, but what is the first blade?
Well, it's not Weave Tracer, but it's close. Or it's related. Or it
Yeah.
somehow makes the mechanism move.
Cousin.
And it's not Dre.
It has to do with Mala probably because it's her room.
Alright.
There's there's a god named the Dark Dancer. I doubt it had anything to do with this though.
I wonder if there's anything else in the next room.
Okay, yeah, let's check the other room. Check the next room.
Which one? There's one on your left still that's like down, and there's one on the top right, and then there's collapsed hall over here.
We probably can't get into the collapsed one. Want to get into the hastily made one, or do you want to get into the other one?
We can try the hastily made one. We did the oldest, now we'll do the newest.
The newest, fair enough.
Checking in that room, it appears to be actually another bedroom. Believe it or not, it is of a similar size. This bed is actually this bed would be larger, and it would be probably like a queen size, king size, and there's a large rug that has claw marks in it. There's also a desk in here with some like probably at one point papers, but you see there's actually a tablet of stone with a glyph inscribed on it.
Can I use my comprehend languages? I'll have to cast it again because it's been a while.
You could try, but I'll just tell you straight off the bat, this is a spell glyph.
Does my detect magic make anything go?
Let me see.
I'm gonna like put my hand out like, oh, that's the trap probably. That doesn't look good.
It's like a tablet, like about like a thin stone tablet. It looks probably about the size of a paper, and it's just resting on the desk.
It's a glyph.
Illusion. You detect abjuration and illusion.
Something to do with illusions, which normally isn't too deadly, but
It's illusion. Is there a way to see?
probably
I could not hear a word you just said. There's
is that if there's illusion, there's a way to see through it. Probably. We can avoid triggering it if we need to, but unless you want to trigger it. So it's not the name of the sword we need. It's the first something about the first blade.
I'm gonna yell Teal Dryant at the sword.
interesting.
Oh,
Yelling it at the sword does nothing. But there's a small shift in the room that you're in right now when you do that.
I'm gonna get down.
Not like an earthquake or anything or any change, but there's just something is different in here. You
Is
can't
the
quite put your
illusion
finger.
ward still up?
What was that?
Is the illusion ward still up?
It wasn't active. It's a spell glyph that when a certain condition is met, it will trigger.
Was the condition met?
We don't know yet.
Um, not for that one. But there was like a grinding sound.
Okay.
Let's see if you can figure that out. It's your passive.
My passive perception 14.
There's actually a small
Ooh, my
a
passive
small
perception
box
is
in the corner.
16.
What was that?
My passive perception is 16.
14.
Yeah, you guys actually kind of look around. There's a part of the room probably about this big. There's some strange sort of contraption. This odd like tower structure, and there's like a basin on the bottom of it. And upon saying that word, there was essentially like a sound that came from inside of it. There's nothing.
Wick.
It looks like there's a container up top, kind of clear, with a lid.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's this chamber and like a basin on the bottom.
Must have been a water dispenser or something.
Maybe. I think we know whose room this is, though.
I guess.
Maybe.
That was the name. It was in the coffin room.
I wonder if this blade belonged to like the jealous person, the jealous sister, whatever the 13th person. Called Envy.
Yeah, I thought thought Mala was the owner, but I guess not.
I mean, it makes sense,
Maybe
but
I'm
there's a
wrong.
reason it's called envy.
Yeah.
Do we know that person's name or no? We probably saw their coffin. We saw 13 coffins, but
Well, I think that coffin that that had that was the one that had Téagartha on it. It was the 10th coffin.
okay, the one that like
Say
wasn't
that
like the other.
again. As you say that, the name again, there's a whirring inside. It's like a low hum of magical energy, but like a small like clicking. Nothing. Yeah, actually, you would be able to see through this top clear section. There's a small like circular segment that retracts, or there's like a cover underneath it that retracts and then closes again.
Maybe it's like a launcher of some sort. Put them up the other ammunition.
Maybe. I have no clue. Let's see.
What is the
random
first
fact.
blade of Téagartha?
Well, Car was the first coffin.
Doesn't do anything.
Yeah. She was the last coffin. Dre was the middle coffin, and none of those have done anything.
None of the founders' names do anything. The only thing that has had an effect is saying Weave Tracer and Sylvan.
What about? So there's weave tracer. What about tracer weave?
Have we seen anything that would hint that
Well,
there's another sword that was used by the founders?
What was that?
Is there another sword, another blade that was used by the founders?
Well,
Or has there
yes,
been
but
anything has there been anything in these rooms that would hint at that?
the founders had multiple weapons, but in these particular rooms, if you're looking around this room a little more, you would actually see um, that's an interesting note.
if it's just the. So it got envy and shadow. What if it's just the? No, it's not. But that would be mean.
Luca,
Hello.
hi. You do
Hello.
find something.
Okay.
Looking through
Great.
this room, actually pulling open the drawers, two scimitars. One of them actually looks relatively ornate and interesting. And Theo, if you still have detect magic up,
I do.
it's magical.
Ooh. It's like, yo, you should that pinged. You should take that.
All right. Yeah, I'll pick up both scimitars. And you said you have identify?
I do. It's gonna take me like 20 minutes, but I think only one is magical. But I can identify that. It's gonna take me about 10 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, we should
Alright.
try that.
I'll
I
do
doubt
that.
this will be one of the first blades, but if it has a name, it's better.
Alright,
These
maybe
things are ancient.
yeah. Alright, I will cast identify using ritual casting. Take my book, take out all my sand.
Okay.
Gonna take me about
I'm-
10 minutes.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah, we'll just sit here.
Got a
time
Rubik's
has been
Cube.
ticking along. At this point, the party's probably like done with the short rest. Like
I mean, they're still digging.
that's true.
Armadillos keep digging.
Um, I'm gonna cheat a little bit here in your favor. This is not the first blade being referenced. However, I will get you that identify before next week.
Okay.
Just crossing my fingers, hoping you guys can solve this tonight.
Okay.
I feel like we're just missing something essential. And we had it reacted to weave tracer, so try tracer weave, tracer of the weave.
Has no effect to either of those.
Yeah.
It is specifically responding to weave tracer. But
Weave tracer's shadow. Wait, what about weave tracer's shadow?
Are you repeating that, Luca?
Sure. Weave Tracer's shadow.
Technically not the right answer, but it does shift because you did say the right answer in it. And that
Weave
final
wait, is it like weave shadow?
it's
Shadow
weave
weave?
tracers with an apostrophe S.
Weave tracer's shadow?
Weave Tracer's shadow.
Weave tracers, shadow, envy. But that last bit, that last cylinder drops. Silver rapier clangs to the ground. And
I should have known.
it
Should have
rolls over.
known. I should have known. It should have been like the first thing we tried.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Good.
cast identify on it.
Okay, are you canceling identify on the blade that you're looking at now, or do you
Well,
want...
I figured like if you're gonna get that one back to me, I'll just say I completed it, but need more time to spend on it.
Okay. I don't know if you're going to be able to identify this before the party comes to get you guys.
Well, I
because-
could cancel if I can cancel the other one first and then try this one. Then I'll do. I don't know. I mean, it's gonna take me 20 minutes.
Is it 20 minutes? I
It's
thought it
10.
was-
It's gonna be 10 each.
Well, we can just go ahead and walk back to the others without identifying them yet. So like, oh, we found these.
That's
things.
fair. Found these two.
Okay, yeah, just ask to wait.
You want to loot the rest of the rooms?
I'll give you identify on this, okay?
Okay.
Just because this is really interesting.
It's the reward.
Yeah, just because you guys have stayed so late tonight.
Look, it's split in two. That's crazy.
Yep. We'll work
Okay.
tomorrow.
This is interesting. I will send this to you. The last paragraph is stated separately. It is something that you do not know as a character, but as a player, you do.
Okay. And then we'll decide who actually gets it because I say whoever doesn't get it gets the other sword.
Yeah. We
The Shrektar.
we can choose between the scimitar and the.
Yeah, we'll just divvy it up. We also made a shit ton of money, so I'm happy either way.
Yeah, there was probably some extra cash in that room too.
Yeah.
Realistically, we could say that was split between the two of them because there still needs to be some money for that gold pile. All right. Wow, this is interesting. You're gonna have a time with this. Are you ready?
Sure, yeah, you can send it over.
I'm gonna send this to just Jeffy, but if you want to share it with Evan, as far as like in your words, go for it.
Okay, that's fair. That's how identify works. I'm the one. Oh, geez, this
You've
is
just
a
got
lot.
your hands on your second legendary magic item.
Weapon, rapier, legendary, requires attunement. Guys still have attunement slots. I'm gonna have to actually give up one for this. You have a plus, so it's a +1 to attack and damage roll. It's just that as a start, which is good.
Mhm.
Whenever you kill a creature with Envy's Blade that is not undead or construct, after 1 minute, the corpse is raised as a zombie, as if by the animate dead spell. I guess I'll read through it and then because I have to use my word, right? With whatever Geared had in life, creature has loyalty for 24 hours unless otherwise stated. falls under the rules of Animate Dead. While you're holding the blade, you may choose not to raise creature and regain 1 charge from it instead. Weapon has 6 charges, repeats in the following ways while wielding the rapier. So you can either not raise zombie, get a charge. It does take a whole minute for the corpse to be raised as zombie, so that could be. It wouldn't be super useful in combat, but like before.
Yeah, like out of character, that seems like it's much more your thing than mine.
Maybe, but there's more than that. There's 6 charges, and you can regain them if you don't raise a creature. Let's see. So, animate rapier. As an action when holding rapier, you may extend as many charges you'd like to cause the rapier to become animated, hover, and begin to flight on its own. First attacking the creature you designate as part of the action on its turn, then acting as a creature on the animate dead spell would. Until our charges are spent on this action are extended the number of equal number. Sorry, let me try that again. Actions are expended an equal number of times to the minutes you have it passed. So every minute it takes a charge. I mean, I can, like, yeah, okay. Let's see. Envy has the stats of a flying sword that shows your initiative and obeys your commands, although including those given to animated dead. Should you include the item, falling rapier action replaces the default longsword action on the stat sheet. So rapier, +5 to hit, reach 1 target, 1d8 +3 for the floating rapier. And then rapier, envy can use this action equal number of times, charge equal to the number of times equal. Envy can use this action, so I can't read, I'm very tired. Envy can use this action a number of times equal to the amount of charges you put into it before it attempts to return to your hand. If it cannot reach you, it goes as far as it can before falling to the ground. If your hand is occupied, it will attempt to land at your feet. If while animated enemies up to 0 HP or is otherwise knocked unconscious, it falls to the ground. Lost where it was. And remaining extended. Remaining charges are lost. There's also Necrotic Siphon. Whenever you hit a creature with this weapon while you're holding it, you may extend 1 charge to deal an extra 1d6 necrotic damage, getting half as many hit points rounded up as it happens. You can spend up to 3 charges at once this way, plus 1d6 per damage per charge. And then spells. While holding Envy, the Rapier can be used to cast the following spells without material components, using the blade for somatic components. Hex, 1 charge, Darkness, 2 charges, Animate Dead, 1 charge to raise, 3 to maintain, and Deathboard, 4 charges. You may cast each of these spells once per day without expending charges. Oh, that's nice. So you could do it once per day without expending a charge. Envy is powered by a severed fragment of magical gems.
Hey, that's
What?
for you. That's for you.
Right. So we don't know this.
This is out of.
Yeah.
This
So
player
Curse of Two Halves. Envy is powered by a severed fragment of magical gem that powers Weave Tracer, the legendary rapier of Dre. A fragment of the gem has been enhanced with power siphon from the Shadowfell, turning this half of the once light blue gem into a deep red, giving it a greater form of consciousness because it's from the Shadowfell. Makes sense. Envy longs for one thing and one thing alone. For this gem at its heart to be made whole again. Though Envy cannot speak the person to it, feels an indescribable urge to hunt down Weave Tracer and unite the 2 gem fragments firmly into one of the 2 rapiers. This urge to be suppressed by remove curse without breaking the attunement, but it returns after 1d6 days. Proficiency of the rapier allows your proficiency bonus to any attack rolls you attack make with it. That's kind of everything. I'll send it to you if you need to read it. Because that was a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah. How might want to use that?
Maybe. But it kind of goes. It might go against his, like, good-hearted nature.
Yeah.
Theo's been dabbling in necromancy for a little while now. Wink, wink. Without telling anybody. You could also have proceeds rapiers as well, right?
Let's see. Martial and simple weapons. Not
So yes.
So yes.
Oh, is a rapier a weapon?
It's a martial weapon.
Okay.
So either you have a specific proficiency with it, or in the case of
Or
Luca,
just martial weapons.
yeah.
Yeah, I've proficiency with rapiers. I think Hal's proficiency with rapiers as well. Wait, double check. Martial weapons. So yeah, that includes rapiers.
Does require attunements. So
Which I believe Hal has extra attunement slots because I think he only has one thing attuned.
but this was done during their short rest, so
Yeah, and there's actually no. You're already full because he's wearing 2 pieces of armor.
what?
He has the thermal breastplate and the cloak on kind of top of it. I mean, and the tattoo. So he is actually full up as well.
I don't have any attunements.
You don't have any. Interesting. So I could do a trade for this.
What?
I'm over carrying capacity because of coin weight. That's not a bad problem to have.
know what my
I'm so
encounter
glad that we have
is.
coin weight enabled, just because that's
I
great.
gained so much weight in coins. I was at 100 and I was at 100 and like 30. I could carry 165, right? I'm now at 213 coin weight.
Keep in mind, some of this is like random fucking objects too.
Now I do have like stuff I can put. I do have the pack holder on there, so I can put stuff in there. But like,
Denote that it's yours.
I have 25.5 pounds of like actual items and equipment.
let's try to check see how much.
65.9 pounds of
Yeah,
coins.
I have
and
65.18 pounds of coins.
I mean, both of you are carrying 2,000 silver.
Jingle, 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 jingle. Got a lot of change, but
It's not just Duno anymore.
yeah. Hey guys, what's up? And they're gonna hear us from a mile away. I'm gonna have disadvantage stealth checks.
Honestly.
Just be like, no, I packed those coins into rolls.
Alright, so let's see. How do we decide this? So could be willing to make a trade, because I do have another magical sword. As well as a magical knife.
Yeah, you've got.
But I gotta keep the knife, because the knife will kill me if I don't have it.
What?
Don't worry about it. Well, actually, it can actually kill me, but it might want to.
I mean, I can hold on to it because if you try to, you won't be able to physically move.
Well, I have the bag of holding. But
Now, this is a fun situation between the two of you.
yeah, we got to decide. So, would you want this, or would you?
The animated, like the animated sword mechanic, that sounds like it'd be pretty dope to play around with.
It does.
But I think at some point I would end up passing it back to you or Hal, because Hal kind of has a thing for rapiers.
Yeah, I technically do as well. I just have never used it because I had a very nice flaming sword,
Gotcha.
which I could give to you in exchange for this because it's also +1 and 2d6 fire damage, which is always nice. And also whatever the Smectar does, because I can't use the Smectar properly.
Yeah, I'd take the flaming sword.
So you want the flaming sword and the Smectar?
Yeah.
I could do that. I could make that trade. It's gonna be sad to lose flaming sword because I've had it since I started this campaign. But
Well, that
I got
one,
it. I got it like session 3
which it was taken
from Hal
from Hal.
because he wasn't here.
So you just stole it off of Hal?
No. So he was gonna the guy was gonna give it to Hal, like NBC.
When Zombie said that he wasn't going to be able to make this session, you have no idea how much this is the second magical blade that's going to slip through his fingers.
I could give you the flame touch short sword and the Smectar. I was going to give the Smectar to somebody else, but that's up to you.
Yeah.
It's a custom item in the equipment. Mini short sword.
Let's see here.
Because the reason I really like this one is because of the spellcasting element that has on it. Because I don't have that many spells.
Damn good. It's a damn good sword.
Okay, flame tongue.
This took a long time.
It's not just a flame. It's mini short sword especially. It has some special stuff with it too.
Actually, it's called the short sword of the Flame Warden is the official title, but Theo has known it as Mini Short Sword.
I do have noticed that. It makes you add the 2d6 fire damage because I don't think it does it automatically.
Okay.
So
Short sword of the Flame Warden's champion.
Someone.
I figured it was that because they mentioned they were missing a short sword around Earth. I was like, that's crazy. I have no idea what that's about. And it's definitely this one that I found. Goodbye, mini short sword. You will be loved.
Mini
Wow.
short sword.
This is an interesting point in the campaign here.
This is a different chapter. I got a whole lot of new toys.
suddenly grows 10 times more attached to Theo.
Hey, Theo got a cool weapon now.
That's interesting.
Okay.
Honestly,
Another necromantic weapon.
honestly, I could see anyone in the party wielding this and it being a very interesting time.
I think it does make sense for Theo though, because he's kind of gone this necromancy path.
Theo the Necromage.
This is not the arc I thought you'd go on, but it's kind of been thrust upon him.
You didn't have to take it.
Oh no.
Oh no, souls. Ooh.
Envy the Shadow Blade.
You got your hands on it, oh man, that's interesting.
Yeah, I had the feeling you were
Oh fuck!
you were trying to get Hal to take that, right?
Happened.
What?
What's
What was the fuck?
I just realized that you probably would have come across a spell book or two,
Ooh.
instead of some gold pieces. But I don't know if they would have deteriorated after this many centuries. In paper form.
Probably would make sense. Also, I gotta figure out. I need to lose some weight real fast.
If only there was a magical object.
Yeah, no, I gotta just figure out where to move it to.
Austin actually started stepping up on the bag of holding again today, didn't he?
He mentioned it. I don't know if to use the one. I don't know whether or not to use the one on D&D Beyond or the one not on D&D Beyond.
That's interesting because we made the spreadsheet before D&D
before
Beyond.
it had it.
Yeah.
And it does automatically manage it, which is nice. Like, it takes it off my weight and puts it into the thing.
Whatever you deem is the proper answer.
I'll do it for now, and then I'll take a look at it later.
Okay. The cool thing about the D&D Beyond bag of holding, too, though, is that it has words. You can just click on a magic item, and it'll take you to that magic item. It'll tell you what it does. Can you sort money separately with it, though?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know if you can put money in it.
Unless you, like, have a custom item that says, like, party fun, and, like, attach a gold piece value to that. You can manipulate that. Like change its cost. Anyway, I'm actually glad that we stuck around for this last little hour because I didn't think this part of the dungeon was going to get used after last week, or after the first half of this week. So, plus, you guys actually checked out the that other entrance, which is interesting. And little hint of what that middle room was all about, but it never actually came to fruition. And now we're here.
Yeah, were you? That was supposed to be a trap of some sort, wasn't it?
It didn't have any detrimental effects that you guys can see.
How
Very,
is
very.
okay? Never mind. I thought
It,
I
it
thought it
was
said string was 10 pounds. I was like, excuse me.
the only thing that happened in that middle room was like Tamaros just right around the corner tried to cast invisibility on himself, and like it went dark, and like an image or some images kind of flickered for like a second, and then yeah, that was it.
All right, cool. I'm unencumbered again.
Nice. Yeah.
Now I need to attune to this thing though.
And then by next session, that scimitar will be identified.
Yeah,
It should make it something good because it
I'll-
gave up this.
it's I'll tell you right now, the stat bonus is +1. It's just the extra effect that I haven't quite I don't have it put in a D&D Beyond item yet.
I have spells now.
Yeah, you do. You've got a ton of necromancy.
I got three spells now. 4 spells.
And a rapier that will animate and go
Float.
Yeah.
You guys didn't trigger the trap in the room though. I was half expecting, but that investigation check, I mean, you figured out there were problems with it.
Hex is nice too. I gotta read what
There are
this.
bodies on the floor. Sounds perfectly safe to me.
I mean, but they were just camping. Like,
There aren't bodies on the floor. There is armor and swords.
animated weapons.
Yeah. The armor looks like it had someone in it, and now there isn't. Like,
That's crazy.
someone disintegrated and
That's
left
whack.
their armor behind. Sounds.
Oh, I never
perfectly
said it
safe
looked
to
like
me.
it had something in it.
To be fair, the sword I gave you does do more damage because you get an extra 2d6 fire damage, so you do get more damage
I do,
than I get with this.
but you get a lot of cool stuff.
I do get some cool stuff to work with that though, like 6 charges.
Fuck, I just realized what a terrible, terrible thing this is. That you, the rogue, now have access to this weapon. Holy shit, no.
And darkness and hex.
Just
Hex-
confirming all the
Hex
kills.
as a rogue, yeah. Hex as a rogue,
Fucking hell.
deadly.
Oh, I
Goodness.
didn't contemplate this.
Another d6 on top of a sneak attack, on top of everything else the thing can do, on top of Willis from the grave.
Ah,
I'm gonna be doing 5, 6, 7, 8 d6 of sneak attack now. if I use hex.
you're
If
gonna
I-
get your buff.
If I hit something that's hunter's marked with the short sword of flame, it does 4d6 damage.
Nice. That's what I've been doing with my sneak attack. So yeah, I got my sneak attack 2d6 or like my 3d6, and then I got the 2d6 from the flame. So I was stacking.
So keep in mind, you're gonna need to take time to attune to this stuff, but as long as the
Yes.
party's cool with waiting. But it is pushing world time along, which is very interesting.
I'm glad I have a spare sword as well, because now I can do the dagger, the sword, and a floating sword.
I was kind of expecting to be out of this dungeon by the end of this session. To be
Me
completely
too.
honest with you, but here we are. And next session, we'll have some elemental fun.
Can't believe you just gave me access to a 4th level spell.
I'll see what
Hey,
you're doing there.
you guys got a legendary magic item. This Guardian Naga was way more lax than I had initially intended him to be.
You're like, whatever, guys. I already failed.
Pretty much. But like
And also, this is a rightful. We did this the right way, so
you did do this the right way. I mean, people haven't really come. Well, that's not true, but yeah.
LC doesn't look happy with this.
and I'm the schemiest of the bunch too.
Oh man.
He gave me an extra first, second, third, and fourth level spell.
Hey, LC, just you wait and on the or you're probably figuring out how to get away with it, aren't you?
What?
The cloak shenanigans.
I would love to, but we're at it. We're at the finale pretty soon, so it's. I mean, I'm not intentionally doing anything to hinder that. Just so you know, you guys have been going on your on all these strange quests and just doing various things. And just, I mean, it's there.
Yeah.
You know,
Just you wait.
I can't wait.
Okay, well that was an hour or some detour.
Yeah, we did go at this point an hour over.
Yeah.
Of us
Sorry.
fumbling around this.
Yeah, this is gonna be a great recording.
Oh.
Yelling at this pedestal for fucking 2 hours.
Oh god.
I feel like I should cut it, like at like this, at least the translation.
Just like 10
Yeah.
years later. Alright, well I probably should go to bed, I guess.
Yeah, it's a little late.
It's been fun. I'm gonna be pissed. I might just go tell him what he missed out.
I feel so bad. Oh, you have no idea. I mean,
You've been hinting that like he was supposed to find something like this.
like this could. Hal's wanted a cool rapier for a while now, and it's like, okay, and we
Maybe I'll give it to him.
dropped a little
Maybe.
bit about Weave Tracer just to give you the lore about this, and like, there it
Yeah,
is.
oh no, if you find his Weave Tracer, it might not end well.
But honestly, really, that blade could go so well with anyone. I think it probably does fit best with Theo right now as far as like thematics are concerned. But like
More
how
necromancy.
interesting to see you with both Feywild influence and Shadowfell influence, like at the same time. That's just fucking. That's a recipe for planar disaster. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Shadowfell either.
It's the opposite of the Feywild. It's like, well, the Feywild is about life and like chaotic-ish. That makes sense. Shadowfell is like about like order, death, and sadness. It's not exactly evil, but it's the opposite of like nature.
Gotcha.
Interesting.
Like it's the like other side of the coin of the Feywild. It's like how there's like fire to water. This is like nature to whatever the opposite nature is.
Well, life and death.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
It's not exactly death because that's like hell, but like it's all dark and bleak and stuff and edgy.
I don't want to throw too much into that because that's kind of
As I know, I could be wrong, but
I mean, yeah. Anyway, um, um,
don't we have a second
Yes.
necrotic weapon?
I should have fucking known. I was scared that Kairon was gonna pick it up and just be a beast, divine smite and necrotic siphon at the same time and just kill all big bad. I should have known.
And now we mention none of this to them. None of this.
It'll just show up next session.
It'll show up when you pull out the flaming sword, and they'll be like, "Huh, what happened?" I'd be like, nothing.
Well, I'm
Don't worry about what?
probably not gonna ignite the flaming sword to
You
fight
just went
fire
from
animals.
What? Oh, it's a holy sword of fire. It's a holy sword. Technically, they don't know that, but it's one of theirs.
oh, he doesn't. Are you filling him in about all the quirks of the sword? Because it's got a lot of quirks.
It might make you more greedy, but that's.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah,
I would have to
you as
inform
a
you.
character don't know that, but you as a player do.
Actually, no, we figured it out because once we identified it, finally after
Yeah,
years.
just work to counter it, but
Yeah, you have to like manually work to counter it, but
that's interesting. Is Theo going to be more generous now?
maybe. Who knows? Curse has been lifted. They can.
Yeah.
It-
Oh,
They're gonna be flipping out when I use a 4th level spell.
The spellcasters of the party.
They're gonna be like, "What the fuck happened to the two of you?" We're like, "Oh, we both died and came back to life." We're gonna have to come with more elaborate fake stories. We'll never say the same thing twice.
oh, I love that.
We were bestowed with gifts from Pyros.
Yeah, that's like, hey, you two got some cool gifts. I got a buddy who also needs some cool servants, and I felt like I was a good reference, you know. We got a much cooler god, Pyros.
Not Pyros.
Yeah, we've got our own god with blackjack and hookers.
Yeah, no, this is so interesting. And RJ was saying he wanted to mess with undead since like
Did he?
start of the campaign. So this is just fun. Like it's all around, and Duno's gonna want it.
Dude, I was gonna want it.
Yeah.
You can take it from me and then come back and serve me in the afterlife.
Yeah, I was thinking when we were doing our half-hearted negotiation, I would say, but all magic items are ours. You can take a share of the gold, but not getting the magic items.
What magic items?
Exactly.
No,
It's just I've had this
he's-
vapor the whole time, you know.
Yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean brand new? I've always had this.
What do you mean? It doesn't look new. It looks old. The
I
gem
mean,
is even the gem got broken in the hilt, you know, like
it
it
is
says
a
used.
shining silver.
If
Like
it's silver, that means
it's
it
nice.
overcomes werewolves.
You know, it probably does.
It's gonna take some adjusting too.
It's a really, really powerful weapon, and just because I really sat down and thought, what does a legendary magic item look like? And I underpowered this, I overpowered this, but I think it's at a good state right now, and I guess we're gonna learn if that's true whenever you go and do some terrible things with it.
Alright, put everything that I had into the bag of holding in D&D Beyond. I'll move it over if we decide to use that.
Um, well, that's hella interesting. I've noticed an entire perspective shift here. Um, Finale's coming up.
Yeah, we're gonna have a boss fight in a minute. So I'd love to tune into this before that happens, because that would be
Negotiate
useful.
with the party. Your clock is ticking along.
Yeah. And like we got this the right way, so the guy shouldn't be mad like we completed the riddle.
To be fair.
Yeah, like they said they needed someone to wield it properly. Like there you go.
Probably feels you don't have an appropriate, realization of Mala, but I mean, we got a very high investigation on her room. Um, honestly, I could share more about her as a founder to you, but
Maybe later. I'm about to pass out.
yeah, I was gonna say I figured like it's late. There's no like,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
I also
10:18
didn't want to
today.
confuse you with a whole bunch of information that. Yeah,
Well, I
it
was a
was
bit
as
pissed.
simple as the box. Yes.
Yeah, Zombie might be pissed. But
What was that?
because Zombie might not be extremely happy about it, but oh
I
well.
mean, yeah.
Just like run
ta-
to his
Take it
room.
up with him.
I'm gonna kick
I
down his
told
door.
him too. I was like, "Ooh, I thought you would like this session."
Yeah. Oh well, that's his fault.
How dare he be sick?
Yep. You can lay in bed and play the game. Like, come on. All right. Well, I will see you guys later. I'm gonna watch YouTube instead of sleep, probably. But
Hey, you're on break.
yeah, I'm on break.
Oh, that's nice. Tomorrow's my last day
A break or of class?
of class.
I was gonna say like Thanksgiving is till Thursday. It's like confused me.
Um,
Y'all enjoy having more than 1 or 2 days off for the holiday.
Yeah. Well, I technically work tomorrow and Thursday, but no.
Oh, you work Thursday?
I might move it to Wednesday. I don't know if they. I think they close. Maybe I have no idea. Or I work from home, and it doesn't really matter when I work, so I might switch it to Wednesday. Who knows?
Okay, yeah, because working on Thanksgiving would suck.
And I've done it a lot. I worked at a grocery store for 5 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Worked Christmas Eve.
what the hell did I do? Oh, there it is. I was like,
Not
what
necessarily a
did I
huge deal to
do?
me, but I mean, I was fine
What
on
was
Christmas Eve. Don't get me wrong, because it's not really a huge deal for me. But you know,
Yeah, it's so big. All right,
I'll see you all.
good night, boys.
Yes.
Later.
Good night. Let's figure out a schedule. Okay.